Μιλά, μιλά. Ωραία, ακούς τον ήχο στο OBS. Όχι, 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 όχι. Ο ήχος της αίθουσας εδώ. Καλά, άμα το κόψω λίγο και το ξαναδώσω, σε πόσο θα ξεκινάς? 5 λεπτά. Πες μου, άμα το κόψω δεν έχει πρόβλημα το OBS, το YouTube για λίγο. Ωραία. Σου ήρθε η αφίσα? Αυτό το input είναι. Το 2, εντάξει Μάριο, βλέπεις. Εδώ πόσα έχεις βάλει. Αυτό είσαι, άρα τα άλλα είναι πέταμα. Πάντα έτσι.
Όχι, σβήστα, να μην το πάρει.
Ναι, 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 ναι.
Το θέμα είναι γιατί ακούω χώρο και
Το είχαμε κάνει λάθος. Εντάξει, έλα, Αλέξη, έλεγε. Σβήστα λίγο αυτά.
This is for the presenter. This is mine. Okay? And we have a clicker.
No, we don't.
Okay, so you're done with that. I can also, yeah, you can also. This is also fine. Yeah. But in order to use the slides, you have to be here. So you open it to the left, start talking, just a very picture. Yeah, some we don't, some we don't. For the two last, it's very good. Yes. I need the slides from the second. Second one is not here? Yeah, I don't. I suppose you will have some. That, you have opened the microphone, and you close the laptop in order to hear. Because we didn't expect it. We thought that everyone would not be there. Yeah. So you're gonna look from here. Yeah, all right. You stand, you won't be able to change your slides. You have to do it like that. That's not like this. the money, you can do it. Mouse. I made this because more goes better on this surface. That's why I did it special.
Okay.
Yes, please. Ooh. And get it starting.
I'm looking for the second speaker. I saw a young fellow. Yeah, I did. You go push him inside. I'll keep him talking. Okay. So the volunteer for this workshop will be like the business, so we can be there from your technician in the lab. I'll be right back. I'll get to that.
So we're waiting for him.
I think we just start. Can you close the door?
Hey, welcome everybody in this unique setting, and it's really unique because I was not planning to be presenting in this session, but it seems to be that Lilian, my co-author, is another session, so I will do also the presentation of it. So artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things in governance is the name of the session. Welcome, you're second.
I'm second.
Second.
Okay, let me bring my stuff.
Yeah.
Go on.
Why this track is so important is that we see a lot of technology developments, and those technology developments really change the way we do things. Think about the Internet of Things. Maybe we are not aware of it, but those low-cost sensors, they're really cheap, and we can measure almost anything. Pollution, temperature, but also people moving in and out. Internet of Things changes the way we behave and we coordinate our society. That's why it's so important. The same for artificial intelligence. We're processing all kinds of data, and traditionally data is coming from people, but nowadays data is more coming from sensors. And that also changes the way we look at the data and what kind of data we have. And we're mixing it up, and that makes it also quite hard to do it. We have 4 papers in this session. So we start with the first paper, Human Control and Discretion in AI-driven decision-making in government. I will do the presentation. Dan Yannis Charalabidis.
Sorry for interrupting. The door should be open due to COVID protocol. It's okay?
That's fine. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting again.
Fresh air.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Thank you. Usually I close the door when we are in a session to avoid disruption. Then the third and fourth paper will be a video presentation. So we will watch the video, and from my understanding we can't do a Q&A, but maybe we can have a good discussion about it. So let's move to the first paper, Human Control and Discretion in AI-driven decision-making in government. So what we observe nowadays, that we have a huge push of using AI. Everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. Artificial intelligence is really a hype, and we can't do without the hype, it seems. And what's happening is a technology push, in my view. Because people don't think about the technology, but say from, oh, we have a wonderful technology, it can do wonderful things, let's start using it, without thinking, is it the most suitable technology? And what happens when you select such a technology? You make mistakes. Because technology fails. That always happens with new kind of technology. It's prone to failure. Who should correct it? We, human beings, we should correct it. And that's why discretion is so important for decision makers and for public servants, that they have also the power to correct it. And they're given the decisions right to correct it. But is that really true? And what kind of decision right is possible? That's what we wanted to investigate. And before understanding it, we have to understand a little bit the system. Because what's happening with AI, AI is already out there for 40 years, 30 years. And at the beginning, we looked at more rule-based systems, but nowadays we look more at data-driven systems. So what's happening over there is that we collect a lot of data. And what's the problem with data? Data represents something. But we often don't know what it represents. And data might not be complete about the complete situation, but might give a certain view on a situation. So when we're inside here, we don't know what's happening outside this room.
Marijn, when speaking, you can remove the mask.
Am I allowed?
Says the protocol. Yes. Yes, yes. The speaker can remove.
You saved my day.
That's bad.
Oh, that's much better. It's getting warmer and warmer with the mask when talking. Then we have a lot of AI protocols. And what's quite hot nowadays is the data-driven AI. So what we do is we have often a kind of black box approach. We put a lot of data in it and say from, oh, you're a black box, you're intelligent, look for all kinds of patterns and tell me what will be the outcomes. So do you know how the weather is predicted? Also in that way. Well, I don't know how it's in Athens, but where I'm from in the Netherlands, the weather prediction is always lousy. It says it's going to rain, and then it says it's dry. Well, that's the kind of AI we're talking about. We put a lot of data in, all kinds of sources, and then and prediction comes out of it. But it might not be correct, and it's an estimate. And you often don't have the complete data because it's dependent on the complete data. So what's happening is that we make all kinds of decisions and then it might go wrong also. And what goes wrong are especially those cases which doesn't follow the happy flow. So weather prediction, maybe in 80% of the time the weather prediction is quite right. But 20% it's wrong. And the question is this acceptable in public administration? That 80% of the decisions are right and 20% of the decisions are wrong. Well, I would say this is not acceptable. And that's why we need also the humans to look at the data and to intervene whenever needed. Or we shouldn't use AI. That's another possibility, of course. I think it's sometimes used in situations that it shouldn't be used. So what's happening is we're trying to use all kinds of AI in our decision-making processes, and sometimes it really works out, and we're quite happy with it. Why? Because it's more efficient. We can reduce the number of persons. We can use it on a large scale. And they also say it's more objective. Why it's more objective? Well, we have the data. The data is factual. Is it? No, the data is not factual. The data is just a representation of reality. And it might also reflect the historical bias, discrimination in the past, but also political preferences in the past. The data might reflect. Then we use that data, saying that's objective, for making better rational decisions, which are in fact not rational, because the data is biased and also the protocols might not work for all the issues at hand, because it looks at the happy flow, at the most common one. So what's happening is we make a lot of investments in those technology, and in fact we create a very technocratic approach and a kind of technocratic governance, because we are saying from those automated systems they will start taking the decision, and the question is, are those decisions also right, and can we automate it? Because when you automate it, we already knew it from 30, 40 years ago, it's based on assumption that you can automate it and that the systems are working properly. Well, the question is if that is used. So what is it? We use those kind of data for making the type of decisions, and then afterwards we discover some of those decisions are not right. So we should not discover it afterwards, but we should discover it during the decision-making process in advance. So what type of decisions can be taken also? Well, sometimes we try to make fully automated decisions. And what's an example of a fully automated decision? The speed trap. You're driving a car, speeding up, you get a fine, and you get it at home. It's fully automated, at least in the Netherlands. It is, I guess, also here with that. Why does it work very well with a fully automated decision? Because it's well defined. You know it. Measuring speed is objective. It's just one measure, not multiple data sources. You also look at the vehicle plate, and we have also the law and regulations for defining it, because the regulation is saying from it doesn't matter who was driving, the owner of the vehicle will get the fine. So it could be your friends driving, but still the owner will get the fine in it. So it's well defined. Then we have humans in the loop of the decision making. So this is a little bit semi-automated decision making. What we try over there is from, we still have the automated decision making, but if we are not sure, it might not be accurate, then the humans look at the decision making and they look if it's fine. For example, what could be used over here is, for example, immigration. That's typical immigration. Some of the decisions are very clear. People from certain countries are not allowed to immigrate and those kind of things. But there are often also a gray zone. And in the gray zone, humans need to be in the loop. And then you have the AI recommender system. So the decisions are made by people. For example, judges make decisions and the AI gives recommendations. For example, this case you're processing right now as a judge looks like those type of cases, and they make those kind of decisions. So you have a little bit of benchmark, and they're saying from, oh, please look at it because they're quite similar and help you in your decision making. You understand that those situations are completely different, and also the discretion is very different. What if you do the judges? You would do fully automated decision making instead of recommender system. It's not going to work. The same thing, humans in the loop, if you try to have it fully automated, it's also not going to work because you're not able to automate it. And that's also one of the misconceptions, what you really do. And what we often try to do is we look at fully automated decision making because that's our objective. But in fact, we should look at humans in the loop or recommender system because our technology is not that advanced. And that's why it also goes wrong. So when we make decisions using AI, we have all kinds of risk and problems. I already told you the driver is often human bias free, without prejudice, neutralized decision making that are reliant and objective. Well, what's the outcome? Exactly the opposite. What's happening over there from, oh, we have biased decision making, it's not neutral, some groups are disadvantaged, no equal treatment of the groups and those kind of things. And why? Because those AI systems, they learn from the past. And when they learn that, for example, certain parts of Athens are less developed, they will start discrimination with that. For example, if there's more fraud conducted in that part, then they say from, oh, there's more fraud in that part. So if somebody's living there, they will say, oh, you might conduct fraud because they're living in a certain area. That doesn't mean that they conduct fraud or whatever. It does mean only that the data generalize it, what might not be generalizable, because it's dependent on other factors. So it's not fine-grained enough. So we inherit the bias of the data. Then the decisions are also discriminations, and there's another issue that the norms and values change over time. So if we take the historical data from 10 years ago and we make our decisions based on the data from 10 years ago, it doesn't mean it's relevant and actual anymore. Go back to that place in Athens. 10 years ago it was not a nice place. Nowadays it's a brilliant place. Better people are living there. Still, people who live there because they have a certain zip code are getting unfavorable decision making by the AI because the data is old and not relevant and not up to date anymore. So what happens over there is that we can't account for the decision making. And we don't know how the decision making is made, which patterns are based for it. Sometimes we jump into explainable AI and we try to explain a decision. But the question is, if something can be explained, that can't be explained because there are some patterns and you might not know the patterns over there. So a main issue is from how can we guide also making the right decisions in the AI. So our research goal was to look at the discretion, how we can put humans in the loop and what the law and legislation are saying. So Lilian is really a lawyer. She knows all the in and outs from the law. I'm more a system type of person, so I don't know the law that well, but I try to give you a little bit of overview of that and have a basic understanding of that. So the analysis is based on the legal requirements and the understanding of it. And the question is if we are able to automate it and if AI can empower also public bodies, or it's just the other way around. So why discretion is needed? Well, I already told to explain it. We need to balance it. AI might make decisions. It might not be favorable, and people, they look at those decisions and may say from, oh, this is not correct, might overrule it, may take other decisions. This makes some assumptions, this trade-off. Be careful about it. What if a system is telling you you're not allowed to go outside here? And you still go outside. That's what you ask for the public servants. Would you do so? The system is saying no. Why is the system saying no? You have no clue, but there might be COVID-19 outside. Do you dare to go outside and risk it? So it assumes also that the public servants have a certain knowledge and empowerment to make a decision to overrule the system. Can you challenge a very smart AI system with all kinds of data? That's very hard. So it makes the assumption also that public servants are empowered and have the right knowledge and know it better and can make an argumentation of the decisions. Why it's so important? Well, AI often can't deal with specific circumstances when making a decision because it generalizes, it looks for pattern, but you know from statistics, from statistics are never correct. The average number of 10 persons in a room doesn't mean that there are 10 persons in this room. No, of course not. You're always above or below average. Or maybe the average is 9.5 persons in a room. Can we have 9.5 persons in a room? It's not possible to split somebody up into two. So we can never meet the average. So that's also the problem with the statistics for that. Then the exceptions it cannot deal with because it just looks at the patterns. How does it know there are exceptions? If there's something new or something in it. So discretion is needed to look at it. And for that you need also a mandatory regulation framework. And you also need to empower the people to ensure that they can make different decisions. And what we find also when writing the paper, which is a conclusion, is that discretion differs per country. Because if somebody from Greece writes a paper from somebody from the Netherlands, we view discretion really as different in both countries. And that has to do with the level of trust in public servants, but also with fraud, corruption, and those kind of things, and how it's dealt. So even within one sector, within a country, discretion might be different. So if you look at social security or immigration, discretion might be different. And that's why you also need to understand the law and regulations to say from what level is allowed and what can we do. So discretion is provided to ensure the flexibility for that, but you have also to ensure the flexibility. And then you have two principles, the principle of legality and the principle of proportionality, that are very important. And the principle of legality states that the requirements that public authorities design or enact measures in conformity with the legal system's hierarchy of norms and the principle of judicial protection. So you have a system and you have to comply with the system. That's what's saying, in fact. Then the principle of proportionality is challenging that principle over there. It's an administration decision has to satisfy the criteria of adequacy for achieving the goal. What's the goal? To find social security for somebody, to avoid people coming from Europe with immigration. Necessity, less intrusive, restrictive measures. So will it harm somebody if it's not giving social security? Somebody cannot pay the rent anymore and will be set out of the house. Or and proportionality stricto sensu, disproportionate or excessive with regard to the goal to be achieved. So you can make decisions that will really harm people. And that's why proportionality is so important, because it's say from, if you look at the effects and the possibilities, you can overrule the system because the system is not good. In the Netherlands we have a whole discussion, it's called the toeslagen affair. People were giving subsidies, money for that, and they were not giving subsidies. And you know, our politicians, they had to step down because they were not ruling the right day. The Dutch taxes is now under scrutiny because they did not a good job. So we really have an issue over there, and that has to do with the proportionality, because the proportionality was those effects for the people, it really harmed them. And they couldn't overrule the system. It was not AI-based, I would say. Some say it's AI-based, but I would say it's not AI-based, it's more rule-based or something like that. But they didn't look at the proportionality. They just look at the rules instead of what's really mattering over there. Then, when you look at discretion, you have to look at the type of AI system, because the level of discretion differs for the type of AI system. If you have fully automated decision making, you need to have a legal ground for the decision making. So it has to be defined by law. It should have the absence of discretion. So proportionality should not play a role in there. You can do it with the speed trap and the fines. You can complain with it. And you have to structure it in that way. If you have to predefined rules, they produce consistent output. That's the AI we did 10 years ago, 15 years ago. A rule is telling this, and you can follow the rule. So they have another level of discretion, because you can just look at the rule. Nowadays, we look a lot at self-learning system. We fool it by data, we learn from our mistakes. And what happens? The predictability goes down, because it's self-learning. Oh, I made a mistake, next time I won't make a mistake. Or I don't treat people in the same way because I learned to treat them in a different way. Self-learning. Well, that doesn't meet the condition of predictability, uncertainty, and equal access, and those kind of things. So that's really problematic also. And that means the level of discretion of public servants should be higher with that. And what's the complexity in the decision making? There's a lot of input data. And sometimes some input data is used by the AI, some other input data is used. That makes it already difficult with them. You often don't know also if the AI uses certain type of data. Then the rules are from the historical data, but you don't know if it includes everything that the patterns defined by the AI are dealing with it. So you don't know if the exceptions are included, what are the rules, because it's a black box system. So we don't know opening it. And it's not clear if the law is taken into account and which law is taken into account. Often we have multiple laws that need to be taken into account. It's not a single law, but we have various sources of law that are relevant. For the taxes, it's the tax law, but also the privacy law might be relevant. The financial law might be of relevance. Different sources might be of relevance. So that should be balanced at. And who determines how the law is balanced and which law has more or less priority? That makes it complexity of decision making. And the role of law requires that the system makes a certain and foreseeable decision that are predictable, and that we can ensure that the good, right decision is made when you read it. Well, a lot of situations AI cannot facilitate the rule of law because it requires predictability. And especially in the case of self-learning system, it becomes very difficult to ensure that it adheres to this type of law. So the question is even if we are allowed to use self-learning systems in the public sector. Although we might use them, the question is if it would meet the regulations and the law. So what we try to do, and as a conclusion, to wrap it up, I didn't go into all the legislation because Lilian knows it much better, is from there are many competing values, rights and interests. And that makes it also difficult because we think it's well defined, but situations are not well defined. Then the question is also, do we trust humans or do we trust machines? Who are the best, the systems or the humans? And can humans overrule the systems? Even if they can, are they empowered and do they have the knowledge to have it? Then at the end, even if we have systems making decisions, the humans remain accountable. So humans are responsible for the functioning. So decision making should be given sufficient authority to control the system and deal with the outcomes. But what happens if 20% of the outcomes are not correct? Or you have an accuracy of 95%. Do you know which 5% is failing and which need to be checked? So you might still need a lot of humans to check it. Then you have various kinds of legislation, fairness, non-discrimination, etc. with that, and which affect it. We have a need for appropriate governance, but governance might be bigger than the whole system around us because we might build a new system around the technical system with more people who are doing the job. And then legislation varies among countries based on all kinds of factors, which makes it quite difficult. And even within one country it varies when you look at the system. So discretion is needed for sure. It's getting even more important, discretion. But the question is how much is allowed and how we can do it. And when you look at the law, it's quite hard to determine the discretion. Often it's based on the practices of the past to determine how discretion is moved. But in this case, we will say you have to analyze the decision, the type of decisions, to understand the effect, proportionality, to understand from what is needed. That's how I want to conclude this presentation. Are there any questions? And I hope not about legislation, because I probably can't answer them.
One kind of comment, talking about black boxes and really public sector officials not knowing what's going into these black boxes, but there's an outcome somehow. Could you just talk about maybe in your experience how the public sector can more transition to white boxes, more transparency in what data is being collected, how is it being processed, and yeah, just how can we make these black boxes more like white ones to provide accountability, or maybe that's not a good approach. I would just like to hear maybe your opinion on that, or yeah.
Yeah, there are various approaches towards this. The first of one, I would say, start with understanding the situation. If a situation is simple, then the question is if you need a black box, because you might define the rules, then don't use a black box. Why should you use it? But you have a tendency, because it's a technology push, to use the black box approach. If the situation is very complex, then you have to use a black box approach, because you can't do it in another way. But complex situation automating is also very challenging. That means you have to understand why a certain decision has to be made. And then that's the whole area of explainable AI that's already out there for 10, 15 years, that also developed over time. And I would say they don't have a solution to this problem. So what you often see is that we jump on the bandwagon and say oh yeah, then we have explainable AI as a solution. But when you look at what explainable AI can, it says a certain pattern, but it doesn't make that a certain pattern is logical, or you can generalize the pattern or what's dependent on it. Also, we had tricks like for the data. We removed things from the data, like male and female, we removed to ensure that we have no discrimination based on male and female. And do you know what the system is saying? This individual is probably a male, that one is a female. You don't have to tell the system, because the system will derive it from the data. So that makes it also quite hard to determine how the system operates and looks at. So I'm a bit, black box systems are, I think, problematic. Even what you need is to fine-tune them and to say really from what you look at, and then find the patterns, and maybe use the patterns and then add them as a rule for automation. Then you know at least how the decision is made. So look more at a way to prepare decision making than the real decision making. That's what I would recommend.
Thank you.
I have no views from in Portugal. The question is, well, first of all, very interesting presentation. I definitely agree that AI systems fail, or systems have to develop. But also, human decisions can fail. So the question is, can you get both roles, the best of both roles, by combining both human decisions with AI? For instance, can I detect wrong human decisions in AI? Can I detect corruption happen in AI? Would that be a tough problem?
Yes, it's always a problem. From who's bias more, humans or systems? And they have different type of bias. What we often do with humans, when you look at the governance, we have the 4 eyes principles. Two decision makers look at it. We can do the same with AI. We can also have 2 AI systems look at the same, different type of AI systems look at the same decisions for that. But the question is if we consider that as a 4 eyes principle. We can also combine it, and I think what we should really think about is for what situations are we using it? when you look at the 4.1, fully automated, if it's well defined, it's possible. Yes, I think so. But sometimes we think humans in a loop, but then the system is making the decisions from, oh, be careful about it, because it assumes that humans can challenge the system. And that requires expertise, knowledge, understanding of the system. We make all kinds of assumptions that might not hold. So maybe recommender systems are better. What you're saying from, they define the patterns and then say from, oh yeah, investigate this. But there's also the same with recommender system is if the system is recommending something, the question is if you can challenge that, if it's the right recommendation, if the system understood it. So you need a lot of knowledge. So what I think is from, and with automation, in my view, it's always the same. Automation, you start with the low-skilled labor, you automate, and in return, you need more high-skilled people. So I expect that we need more high-skilled people who really understand the law, etc. So maybe, this is a discussion I have with Lilian also, with maybe we need more lawyers who will be part of the decision-making process, because each time they can analyze it for those kinds of exceptions with that. But usually they're not part of it, because they remain a little bit on a distance as a policy maker. So the aspects from policy making and execution will become more intertwined. That's what I would expect, and how it will look like, I've no clue. Yeah, I did it over here or something. Yeah. So I have no answer. I can only explain a little bit my thoughts, but it's difficult. Yeah. Thank you.
Following this discussion, which is really interesting, we have the kind of old thing. I mean, it's not part of the old, but it's what we've been used to the last 20,000 years. Humans understand, humans declare in the law, they have a legal system, and then the judges, the attorneys support opinions, and this is how we decide on some things on the courts. But there are millions of decisions taken every day. Politicians, technicians, professors, every one of us is used to make decisions. And we have now a new paradigm coming, saying, look, there could be, for some decisions first, there could be other ways to make such decisions by the machines. Okay, for some of them, we are already saying, it's better this way than the other way, for some very specific topics. For example, the chess decisions. We have agreed now that it's better to have the machine take the chess decisions if you want to master in a chess game. But this is starting now to rise. I mean, this level saying, these are for humans and this is for the machines. It's a line that has a certain direction. It always goes upwards. The machine, because we solve more and more problems, now we are about to say, let the machine decide on driving. We're not yet sure, but we know the way the water is flowing. The line is not easily going back. It has to go a lot higher, and maybe sometimes we will press it to go down again, if you know what I mean. Wouldn't it be better, by looking at this phenomenon, to embrace the new? To say, okay, we might do some mistakes in this war, in this, it's not a war, in this progress, but, you know, it's going this way. Let's do it. Reminds me of the car. When the cars were first invented, there was always a guy in front waving a flag saying, this is a dangerous thing happening behind me. You were not allowed to drive a car exceeding 10 kilometers per hour. Most of the people were saying, we should empower the horse. It looks like the same to me. Of course, it's a different analogy, as all things are different, but should we put more of our efforts to empower the new than to wave the flag and say, as they said, Daimler said, despite the fact that he was building cars those days, He said, I cannot find any reason that this new thing is going to take the position of the horse, which now, after 140 years, seems a little strange. So, should we be a little bit more careful on where to put our efforts, so that we don't look like Templar? Not 140 years, 4 years in advance.
Yeah, I think the main challenge over here is you give two examples, the chess game and the automated driving. And they are relatively easy. Low complexity, well defined. We have the technology already for 20 years. What we're talking most of the time here is high complexity, uncertainty, changing norms. You don't have to learn a car. Should you kill the person or not? You know, don't kill, avoid. But here, it's a decision, kill or not. So the complexity is much higher for that. So what I would expect is that if you look at the innovation, we have to invest much more in new kind of AI systems that are able to deal with the complexity. Those kind of situations. What we try to do is we have the horses, and we're trying to use the horse for a situation which requires 100 horses for a truck or something like that. So we need an innovation that the AI can also deal with the high complexity, I would say. And what we're doing is we take something very simple, because playing chess is simple. Well-defined rules. Yeah, it's well-defined rules. You know the number. It's the decision is finite. It's really well-defined. Yeah, and we can't say it for our society. Maybe we can in 100 years from now. But it's a completely different type of game. So don't use the old technology for something. It's not suitable, but innovative technology, I would say.
But have in mind, it's not the complexity that we should compare. It is the perceived complexity by the human. Because let's take a very complex problem. We have in Greece always who to help, which group in the society. Should we put some more money into the businesses? Should we put in the pensioners? Should we put in the poor people? It's a very complex process. It's a very complex issue. Let's see how the politicians decide on that. How much of the complexity they really take in mind. Because, okay, all the problems, many problems are complex. But is the decision-making we are doing today really taking that in mind in most of the cases? As we say, who do you like? An incompetent system to decide on you, or a judge on a Sunday morning that overslept and says, oh, I need to finish this trial. I need to decide very fast. How much of the 20 million pages of already existing trials is he studying when saying, I have to get it over, I have to decide? You see, it's not only what is there, but what the humans really do in most of it.
Yeah, I think you're talking, that's why I took this slide, about another type of decision. Because that's a political decisions, and political decisions are by definition subjective. So they have to make a choice for that. And what we try to do here is where we have legislation and well-defined settings. We think they're well-defined, but they're not. In those kind of situations, we try to make a decision. So it's, what I think is that what we try to do is too much technology push. We have the hammer and everything looks like a nail, and then we use it. But AI, somebody did here an AI overview of technology. We have at least 5 streams of AI. We have at least 200-300 protocols of AI. People don't understand AI, even what they're talking about. Ask somebody who's automating it from what you're doing, they have no clue. Oh, there are other ways of doing it. Oh, I didn't know there are other ways of doing it. So they could take a quite simplistic view. They think about the hammer, but in fact it's a whole tool set. what they're using, and then they have to select the wrong one. So you really have to think about it. But we ended over here, and we move to your presentation, Janis. Please, come here.
Should I ask to do it later? Because to do it third, let's say. Let's get the second paper, the third paper.
Okay.
Is that possible?
That's possible. We change the sequence, but then we move to a video. We're going to look the video of the third paper. Then that gives you still some time.
To alternate between actual and virtual papers. And the fourth is also virtual. So we have 2 virtual and 2 live.
Yes.
Okay. It's easy for us to become better.
We have more time. That's the advantage. Because probably the presentations are 15 minutes online, and from my understanding.
Do the 2 human presentations, then everybody will start leaving.
Yes. And the others are automated. Automated Q&A. I think this the right one? No, I don't think so.
PhD candidate at the Department of Management Engineering of Politecnico di Milano. My co-authors are my first supervisor Luca Gastaldi and my colleagues Luca Tangi and Michele Benedetti. Here you can find the agenda of the topic I will discuss today. I will firstly frame the research problem, then I will present you the research methodology, then I will go through the research findings, and finally I will discuss the implications of our study. So let's get deeper on the research problem. AI implementation is not a new topic. We have discussed about the adoption of this set of technologies for decades, and the attention around it has followed different waves. Nowadays, the topic is gaining momentum also in the public sector, as you can see here from different news articles from different journals, and also if we consider the academic literature that presents different application of AI technologies. However, this variety of use cases, also due to the nature of AI, which is an umbrella term, creates a fragmented field of study in which it is necessary to clarify the application in the different public sector domains. So, the starting point of our study is that we were confronted with the fact that public organizations have a unique position in relation to AI. They are both users of this technology, but also they can regulate the adoption and the application of the technology. Moreover, the existing scientific contribution in the field have been focused on the challenges related to AI or on the expected impact of these technologies. So, our study is relevant because the growing focus on AI in public organizations has not been always mirrored by an increasing attention of the scientific community. So it is difficult to set the boundaries of AI research and also of AI application. So our research aims to provide a detailed taxonomy for mapping AI projects, and also the aim is also to offer an overview of AI application to identify the trends and the features that characterize such projects. So with these goals in mind, we try to contribute to the extant knowledge by answering the following research questions. So first of all, how to classify AI projects in the public sector, and then which are the characteristics of AI initiatives under development or already developed in the public sector. So starting from this assumption, let's discuss the research methodology. The methodology consists in two different phases. First of all, we develop the taxonomy and we validate it. The taxonomy was developed in a cyclical process and was refined with an iterative trial and error process. We consider both scientific peer-review articles and also grey literature, for instance, reports from both public sectors and private sector. We decided to consider also this kind of literature because AI, as I mentioned, AI in the public sector is quite a new topic, and so we found some valuable insights also in this grey literature. The framework was presented during a workshop with public managers and was validated in these occasions and also through the adoption of the taxonomy. This is the taxonomy. As you can see here, we identify different variables, and for each of them we try to define which was our source of information. So, for instance, we consider the maturity level. So, if the projects are in a pilot test phase or in an operative phase, the geographical distribution and the extension of the projects, and also the actors that are involved in the implementation of AI application. Then we consider, of course, the public sector domain to identify where the project is implemented, and also we consider the processes to understand within the public organization which processes are involved. And finally, we consider both the beneficiaries of the service, so if the solution creates value for other public organizations or for citizens or for the business area. And finally, of course, we classify AI, which is an umbrella term, according to different classes of technology. We build this taxonomy to analyze the projects that we gather, and we believe that this taxonomy is itself one of the main contributions of our study. As I mentioned before, our research method is built following two steps. This is the first one, while the second one regards the database building and the data gathering. So, as regards the database building, we define a set of keywords that was not so, we decided not to narrow down the keywords as we wanted to avoid to miss any relevant information, and so we just select AI and artificial intelligence as keywords. We daily monitor the articles that were selected by this system of keywords alerts, and we just consider news in English or in Italian. As data sources, we consider both news articles from sector-specific journals and also documents and reports published by the European Commission or international bodies. For instance, we find really useful the website of the Observatory of Public Sector Innovations. The data have been analyzed individually by the first two authors, so by me and my colleagues Luca, and then we share our ideas to reach an agreement among the initiatives that should be inserted in the census. So we build the database and we analyze this news to gather more information about the AI application and also the objectives, the main objectives of the project itself. We wanted to have an overview of the AI solutions, but also of the public organizations involved. And finally, of course, we extract the main data related to AI application, considering the taxonomy that I previously illustrate. So, what are the findings of our research? First of all, the taxonomy, as I briefly explained before, and then we were able to identify the main trends of AI projects. Here you have a first overview, and the table here probably offers more insights and questions also for further research. In fact, we were able to identify 5 main layers, and I will briefly go through them. So first of all, if we consider the type of AI application, our results show that computer vision and intelligent data processing are the most explored application. So it will be interesting to analyze how AI could be used for collecting data from new sources, for instance, from images, and also how AI process both structured and unstructured data from documents. Moreover, if we consider always the specific AI application, what emerges is that chatbots are one of the most mature AI applications, and it could be interesting to define how the application have been implemented, and also which are the features of these solutions and the challenges that public organizations have to face when implementing such technologies. Then, looking at the public sector domain, it emerged, and this is interesting because it's in contrast if we compare our results to other studies, that the healthcare sector is the prevalent public domain. And the majority of the projects have been implemented in the United States, and more than 70% in the last year. These data are all really interesting because probably the COVID pandemic had an impact on this data, and it will be interesting to analyze the trend in the next years, and also if this peak that has been registered in the healthcare sector will remain, or if also other sector will reach the same results. If we consider then the type of processes, the results show us that AI is mainly used to implement existing processes. So there are not disrupting solutions, but just the first step is to support and enrich the existing process. So an open question could be to understand which are the organizations that are using these processes, and also how the adoption of AI is impacting on the functioning of the organization itself. And finally, if we consider the actors involved, the majority of the project has been implemented by central public organization, and so we believe that it could be interesting to analyze which are the peculiarities of such organization, and also which are the challenges that they are facing in implementing this kind of technology. So, to conclude, which are the implications of our study? We contribute both to the theoretical perspective and also to the practitioner perspective. If we consider the theoretical perspective, we try to extend the existing body of literature related to the AI implementation in public settings, and we provide both a taxonomy for analyze the project and also insights regarding the features of AI application. If we consider the practitioner perspective, we provide some insights to public managers related to the trends of AI solutions, but we are also aware of the several limitations of our study. And first of all, we rely on just on news in English or in Italian, so the study is not exhaustive, and the source that we use have, of course, a margin of error. And moreover, AI is an umbrella term, so probably we were not able to consider all the projects and all the solutions that go under this definition. So, nevertheless, we believe that this could be a starting point for further studies, and I thank you for your attention, and I leave you I leave you with that, and I'm looking forward to your question.
I don't
Good
know.
morning and welcome everybody. My name is Giulia Maragno, and I'm
Not the second time. I hope you were able to see it also at home and to listen to it. From my understanding, we can't have answering over here because we have no online presence for giving the answer, but we can ask questions, of course, if that. I wrote down 2 questions myself. The first of all, the level of granularity of your benchmarking method is sufficient, because you can go into much more detail, and does it say enough? Because sometimes it looks like it's a convenient way of writing the maturity, because it's easy to measure, but what do we really need behind it? So how did you think about it, and how did you arrive at it? And my second question would be about this: does it mean that you have a high maturity also mean that you're successful? You can have a very high level of maturity, but you can be not successful at all when I look at this, my interpretation. So that would be my 2 questions. Somebody wants to add another question to it? No? Then we move to the live presentation.
It's up to date according to our latest discussion. Remove this. Set this. Okay, let me do the dancing here. Is Lillian here in the room? No.
No, she's in
Lo stabilo.
That's a pity.
Κουμπί.
You need to visit.
No, I'm joking. Lillian, that we're talking about, is one of my colleagues at the university, and her specialization is law and informatics. So they found, lawyers, they found a new method of breaking down the press. That is control AI. Yeah. Let's see here, there are so many USBs.
What I forgot to mention at the beginning, of course, we have two track chairs. Roni Magdalia, he's from the CBS, Denmark, but he couldn't make it over here, so he's very sorry he couldn't make it. And I'm sure he's looking online, but he's not able to ask questions or to intervene over here, which is really a pity, and I hope next time we can have more discussions also from that perspective. Roni looks also at the sustainable development goals and AI and those kinds of aspects, which are very important in my view. And I think we had only, we have 4 papers in this session. We have also posters, of course. But I think this is really an area with we need much more research into. You see it with the discussions. We hardly know what we are doing, what we are heading for. I'm sure, Janis, that you'll end up also with a future research agenda at the end. There's so many aspects, and it's all between disciplines. That's why we love to work together also with lawyers, but also with computer scientists. You need also to work together. You need to combine it all and have an understanding of practice. That's also required, because if you don't know the empirical situation, you will run also into a problem. So we need to combine it all. It makes this so hard and so challenging, but also so vibrant and so funny and as a researcher, unless you're in practice. But you're ready now, so the floor is yours.
You're taller than me always.
Oh yeah, I can't.
This will never change.
No.
I don't think so. Okay,
You
can
can.
sit there. I can use this so that. Yeah, what Marijn said is that it's a very vibrant area. This one, I think it will be. It will take the majority of research. Let's say the biggest percentage, I think, in the next years to come. And this will not only be in digital government and in governance in general, but it will be across all aspects of society. I put all my bets, if I was asked to. I'm not asked to put bets on anything, but I would put all my bets on AI for the next years, among the various technologies and approaches. And the other issue, if you want to publish something and you have something publishable for AI in the public sector, with my name you can search. There is a call. We just finished the call for proposals for chapters. We are planning with Roni. That's why I remembered. Roni Medalia, myself, and Colin Van Noort from Estonia. We are making a new volume on AI in public management. So this will be coming next year, most probably with Edward Edgar Publications. And we just finished the call for proposals. Okay, there is a second stage, of course, for the full papers. We got more than, I think, 50 proposals, Marijn. It's been a while since I got 50 proposals for a book. It's a very vibrant area. Now, so today I will just say a few words about what is happening in Greece and the Greek national strategy. This is a paper, the lead author is my PhD student, Thodoros Papadopoulos. That has a very nice role because he does his PhD in the university, and in parallel, he works in the Ministry of Digital Governance around several aspects, some of them also related to the AI strategy. Now, we have an issue here that when we wrote this paper that was started maybe a year ago to be published this time, we thought that we will just say a few things about the making of the strategy because the strategy will be published. Now, a year after, we made the paper passed, it was reviewed, now it's going to be printed. The digital strategy, AI strategy in Greece is not out there yet, which says something, not about Greece necessarily, but about the problem of strategies. Now, okay, I don't know how much you can see from there, but it says it's a process which is designed to be rather collaborative. So there is a working group on the top, there is an advisory board, there is some public consultation of the strategy. Okay. Yeah. And I can change the slides through that.
Okay, I thought I was about to point. You know, Marijn, I still have a Delft pointer in my bag. Huh? That has a laser also. But anyway, I can use this. So it is a kind of, open process. But this is a problem also, because if you have open processes and a lot of consultations and a lot of action groups and a lot of expert groups, then it takes you time. And then still, the most important thing about an AI strategy, that is to be published, has not been met. But there will be time. I think this is working. Let me make it work. I can still, no, if you take this out, it's okay, it's okay. I can use the button, I can use the mouse. You know, we big people have big hands and can do things. Okay, now, the structure of a strategy, of an AI strategy, what do you expect? Strategic targets, like 10, 12, 15 strategic targets, and then directions, and then actions. It's simple as a structure. Now, what is in there is a little bit more difficult. Now, I can give you some of the topics that strategy touches. It was a nice thing that I think that was published in last year ICEGOV, also in Athens, because my friend Thodoros, my co-author here, he did last year without knowing, okay, he knew that he's going to be engaged somehow in the discussions, etc., but he did a very nice review of all the strategies that have been published. I think last year we published a review of like 12 strategies. That was done by machine learning. I mean, he made text algorithms to analyze the strategies and see what they are saying and what they're talking about. So this is a typical structure, so that you take something out of this discussion, what is the strategy and how it looks like, and you can take it for every strategy, more or less. You see, there are some overarching elements. AI for the public sector, this is what we're talking about. An innovation ecosystem. It looks like AI, it's far more difficult for governments to say, we're going to do this, and let's do it. You need other players. Governments, maybe inside them, they don't have a clue on how to make these things, because all the public servants, even the software developers, were not trained for that. So we are looking mostly outside, in the private sector, in collaborating agencies, in research, academia. You see here, a research, education, and skills. It's not just to say we're going to do that, because it's something so new, so innovative, that nobody knows what to do. So we need also within the strategy to have these issues, how people are going to be trained. Not necessarily at the user level, because they might not seen it ever. AI works on its own then, and it will do things. We don't have to train all the public servants. Some people say we need to train to retrain all the public servants. Reminds me of the doctor that delivers boys and girls. That says, I was asking him, doctor, what is going to happen now inside with my lady and my girl to be born? He said, Yanis, don't ask. I don't even know. We just do the job and hope everything goes fine. So this is going to be the case. We don't need all of us to know really what is happening inside. Of course, we should know about the algorithms, as we said before, and the decision-making rules. But the bits and bytes will be far simpler with AI than with the typical ERP systems the public sector has now, and everybody needs to know about and how to do things. AI infrastructures, of course. You cannot do many things without sometimes a lot of computing power. Okay, easy decision making, if then else, you don't need. But if you need to crunch data and sometimes to crunch text, you might be using supercomputing power to have that on a real-time basis. Then you see, there is also the regulative part of the government that says, I need also to think about the private sector, because an AI strategy, because it's the government, as it is with European Commission, it doesn't only affect European Commission, it affects and the government, it also affects the private sector, because there will be some rules, some things to to take care. Who knows of the Greek, or sorry, of the European legislation that has been published on controlling AI? You see, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. I mean, in this room, we should have at least half of the hands raised, and then on the second question, only two, what does it say? So first, you need to have a look. There is already published a communication, actually, not a directive yet, but it's coming. The directive is coming to control the use of AI. My opinion, it's not a good attempt. The first attempt is a little bit, I don't know, Marijn, what's your opinion? It's a little bit unbalanced. It presses a lot of things to not do on issues like cameras and, all these issues that GDPR more or less is tackling. The human rights by means of the data of the people and my face and my image and where I was. And it fails to put a real nail on the issue of trustworthiness, which is the most important. So it controls some things, but it leaves other a little bit unattended. But okay, it's going to be a second publication soon. And as you see on the top is these ethical issues and the trustworthiness issues and the democracy issues. I say this issue, this strategy can be a very good example, a very good attempt, actually, an opportunity for governments to redefine democracy a little bit. And not just say, yeah, we're going to pass some legislation, some regulation. I will show you in my next slide. Now, these are some extracts from the strategy. I picked some and I highlighted. It talks about human citizen fundamental rights. You see, the strategy should respect, it says, the citizen fundamental rights. So it will go, or it should go, quite deep. It touches on issues that are important for citizens. Okay, it takes, always Greeks have this kind of grandiosity, to be one of the world's top experimental laboratories on AI, which is something we can do. I will tell you later on that, my opinion. Inclusive AI, this is another issue, to have empowering, it says, social infrastructure. So to include in this decision-making of the rules and the algorithms, to include the people. AI that is infused with the human rights. This is another nice saying I like. Democratize the AI product through machine learning approaches. So you see, it's not only AI in the form of the system decides. Machine learning is the most crucial part and difficult part to handle, because machine learning says the rules might change. You see, if you have the chess algorithm, the first generation of chess algorithms were quite deterministic. Means they took Kasparov knowledge and keep it there for 10 years to play with the machine. And after all, the machine knew how to play as good as Kasparov could. But it could think much faster and not be tiring, not getting tired. That was the main problem of Kasparov. You see, if you read the book about Kasparov and Deep Blue, it says, I would have beaten the thing again, but I was getting very tired during the play. And the machine was just there saying, give me another, and thinking thousands of positions at the same time. So that was the first generation of AI. The second generation, have you seen, who knows what happened with this Go game? The Go game that was solved by a completely different approach. What they did, imagine chess, instead of getting Kasparov to give the knowledge and then the machine applies more or less this knowledge, they did a different experiment the second time. That happened 5 years ago. There was a paper published in 2016 about that. They gave the machine the basic knowledge about the game. They didn't do it, they do it with chess afterwards. First they did it with Go, which is a Chinese game, very complex as well. So they gave the machine the basic algorithm. Imagine, the pawn can go this side, the king can move this side. You have to beat the king of the opponent in order to win the game. And then they let the computer play with himself. So they split the computing power in two, and they played like, I think, 400 billion games. The computer against computer, learning through that. And at the end, they finished and they said, we think we have a trained system now. Who are we going to play with? Let's have Fridge. Fridge is the today evolution of the program of Kasparov. You can download it in your computer. There is no way to beat it. Fridge. So they played this algorithm, the machine learning thing, that had no idea about rules of the game and the knowledge of Kasparov, against Fridge that had the knowledge of Kasparov and it can play much faster without being tired. Can you imagine? 100-0. This is the power of machine learning. Of course, then you don't really know how it plays. It does some things, and sometimes you say, why are you doing this now? You don't know why. The machine knows. And this is the problem, because trustworthiness is an issue. We are humans, and before, I think sooner or later, we will trust the machine. But as we said before, now we are in a changing phase, and we need to know everything. As if we know what the politicians do. We don't know. But we are okay with this. We're not okay of not knowing on the new thing. Now, concluding remarks about the strategy. Importance, it's an important thing for every country. Adoption, by the time it's published, then you need to have it adopted at all levels, because it might contain things that it changes things from the way democracy is running down to every municipality, agency, even the work of an employee. Funding, you need money, because these are new things, these are new systems, these are new applications, and you need to support it, and you need to find the resources for that. Thanks to COVID, we have now the rehabilitation instrument, and pours a lot of debt again, but who cares, money to governments. Greece now is standing on top of something like, the General Secretary said, 49 billion euro spending, the majority of which will be ICT. This is a bonanza, come to Greece to make ICT companies. Ecosystem, as we said before, we need an ecosystem, and delay. You see, all this is down to delay. Vicky, when is the new coming now? Do you know?
I think that it has been announced
Ah.
that it is on the road
Ah.
for the publication.
Which means?
Which means that
On the road.
we're going to have the new AI strategy for the Greek government
By Christmas.
in less than 1 month.
Oh, that's too tough. Okay, I will call you on November the 6th. No, I don't think. By Christmas, let's.
Officially announced
Yeah, I know.
by the General Secretary.
Let's see. Okay, make it be good. Now, this is my view now. This is outside the paper. You know, Greeks and Greece had been bold in the past, maybe not in the very recent past. Let's see, we have been very bold in the ancient history, and also we've been very bold in the beginning of the 19th century with a revolution. We were the first country who revolted against and declared itself as a country against the previous empire. That was a big thing for Europe. So we were bold. Why not being a little bit bold here? Vicky, that's for you to take back home. But now it's printed. So you say, Yanni said this, take that in mind. I think that it makes sense since we make a strategy, and there will be a second version, for sure. Every country makes a first version and then makes a second. Even at the second version, we have the chance to be bold, because we have nothing to lose, basically. Our main infrastructure, our main decision-making in the government, since now, 150 years, is a big problem. Actually, it's a pain in the ass for the citizens. How these people decide. So it's about we change some things, and we could be bold now. We have years in front of us, we have the money, we have the people's will to change something. We want to change our country completely now that we understood we can. Within 2 years, you saw in the opening, we made so many things with ICT we could not imagine before. Because it's easy. ICT is easier than making rocket science, or making a car industry. It takes you 100 years to develop a car industry. The Chinese, and this is a very big country, are trying now for 50 years, and still they are getting there. ICT is easier, it seems. The last become the first. It was the Estonians that came the last and became the first. Now the Greeks can come the last and become the first. It's easy. So I say, let's go boldly. Algorithmic government. I will shout this until I get out of academia and go to Bhutan and enjoy my life. Algorithmic government. Bring decision making solely by systems. Okay, start first with deterministic decisions. But there are a lot of deterministic decisions that are still made by humans in the government. It makes no sense. Bring that to the machine. And then gradually start getting higher. Okay, I depict this in my dreams, let's say, and to be honest, I trust it much, much, much more than what we have today, which is a politician in a closed door saying, let's decide now. How? Let's bring ideology. I'm right, you are left, let's decide by that. Let's decide by what we think is the best for the people. Who knows what they know? Do they really understand what they are deciding upon? I doubt that sometimes. At least the machine always makes the same decision making. It has the same principles, and it applies the same principles. We know politicians and everyone like us. One day we're like that, the other day we're a little bit different. Ta πάντα ρει, said Heraclitus. Everything flows. Nothing is the same because you are humans. The machine is the same if we want it. Second, a proper operation of our democracy. We forgot the split of the powers. When the French, bless them, they made the idea of the democracy, they said there should be 3 powers that should be different to each other. Legislation, execution, and jurisdiction. Now we have mixed everything. I mean, all our ministers, most of them, are at the same time members of the parliament. The parliament is governed actually by the government that has the majority. Is that democracy? We don't have the checks and balances. Now, AI gives us now a new opportunity. Detach legislative power, because what we are thinking as legislative power in an algorithmic government is the setting of the rules. You see, everyone that has worked with rule-based systems knows you have the rules and you have the data and you have the actual decision making. The rules are what the legislators, the members of the parliament, our representatives should think about, the rules, the objective function. And then the machine will do the best to optimize everything according to the objective function. And then you have legislation power, which is the setting of the rules, and then you have execution, executive power. This is the application. Okay. The machine is not making rules yet. We'll think, we'll see, we are here, we are humans, we are societies. If the machines represent us better than the politicians, we can even change the members of the parliament with machines. We want the better. We don't care as, as citizens, we shouldn't care at least, if it's a machine or if it's human. We ask for results. Bring us, eliminate poverty, eliminate discrimination, okay, eliminate the problems, make the 17 SDGs happen. If there is a politician saying, I cannot, and there is a machine or many machines saying, we can, I will choose the second. I don't care. By the way, there is a nice thing coming on. It's called AI for social good. Look around that acronym. Artificial intelligence for social good. Means from all the AI of the world, we have a specific part that can assist us in achieving some, or in some way, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Because we cannot eliminate poverty or we cannot tackle the issues with migration, immigration, and that by ourselves, let's have the machine have a try. This is AI for social good. And finally, my view is that we can have Greek society, we don't have a problem with that, I think, as an experimenting lab. The strategy says we will experiment. Let's see that. Let's experiment with very progressed applications. Municipal and regional policy making. Okay, I don't know how many of you have met in person a Greek mayor or a Greek vice mayor. I know many machines that can work better than them, in some cases, of course, as we said before. Let's do it. Fiscal policy, who decides on what is the level, the exact level of the taxation we should pay in order to keep the boat afloat, so that we are a little bit happy, but also the boat is afloat and not do as before. With the same politicians that we trust today and we say the humans brought us to disaster. 9 years ago, we almost said, this is done, Greece is waving hello and going back to Ottoman times. And we skipped just by a few words of Merkel and Sarkozy and who else was there. Okay. These are the humans that we say make them more important than the machine. Court decisions and the short. Thank you very much.
Questions?
So, I was helpful for a very interesting presentation that has several interesting views. I was concerned, now that we're talking about Greece AI strategy, have you looked at other countries' strategies and compared them to see how they have been doing it and how Greece positioned themselves?
I said that at the beginning.
Oh, sorry.
We studied, and actually there is a publication of the same guy who did the work in last year's IceGov. We studied everything that was available. So I think we had almost 30 strategies, many of them coming from European member states. Not all of them have yet, but there are like 10. And then there are another 20 from all around the world. The most, mature ones, if I remember, was of course Korea, South Korea, was India there, was UK there. UK just published a new version very lately, which is in the form of guidelines for the public servants. The British know how to go also from the top and the bottom. So yes, we studied, but you see, countries are very, very cautious and reluctant. I mean, what I said, my view at the end, maybe I will have to wait for another 10 years to see parts of this view into the strategies. Because they are politicians, they know. This is against, it's something that if it flies, okay, it will take the work we know now of many people in the private sector, it will take the work of lawyers checking on contracts. This is happening already. So they see the list and it says, this is my profession now, number 17. Yeah, so we studied. Yeah, we saw, and I think that the strategy will depict, let's say, will take the best out of all. This is easy. The difficulty is to go beyond and say, I will now try to put my stamp into the strategy world. Yeah. You can remove your mask while speaking.
Thank you for your bold presentation.
From? Capo Verde. Yes.
My question is about the main challenge in the adoption of the strategy in Greece. What is the timeline you guys need for the implementation?
Okay. My first thing that comes into my mind is I don't have a clue. The second is nobody has a clue. But maybe I can try again. Look, the timeline would look like by the end of the year it will be published. So I expect that within the next year there will be a kind of governing body within the Ministry of Digital Government, maybe also other important ministries because it affects many people. And there will be some action plan, I think within 2022 from Greece. As it happens in every country, we will see the first actions being implemented. meaning there will be some quick win here and there. There will be some, some research in other areas to see how this can be embodied in the next. This is how things usually work. You set up some targets, and then some of the things I think the government can do. The minister, the general secretary today spoke about RPA. RPA it's not pure AI, but it connects. You know RPA, remote process automation. Remote? No, it's not remote. Robotic process automation. So you have a kind of small program acting as a user in a system very fast. Tick, 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 tick. So there will be some easy steps that will be adopted, and then maybe we see a couple of bots in governments. This is also picking up, I think. You saw before, most of the applications right now are bots and cameras in governments. They are based on bots and cameras. So we might see bots. We might see also a few RPAs, maybe some decision-making, very simple thing that is not AI. I don't expect that very bold moves will be done at this stage by the Greek government because they have so many issues to tackle. Still, we owe things from the past. We have not been there for government 1.0, that is service automation. We still lag behind Europe a lot on that. So, in my mind, you need some kind of first establishing the infrastructure. Then we need also government too. We need open data. We need a lot of things. And then it comes the decision-making, government 3. But I hope that some governors, even at regional level, you see, regions and municipalities are the back door. When the big government, the main government is reluctant, by the constitution, the regioner, the governor of the region, has some rights and possibilities. Also the mayors have. We might see more AI at the municipal level that they can decide fast than the one that will come top down. Okay, I'm a human, I cannot predict more than that. We need a machine to predict.
And again, in the municipality level, or regional level,
Yeah.
are they ready for the experimentation?
Yeah, I think we saw yesterday, we had a Greek-only workshop on GovTech between the government part and the industry part. You see, there are small companies at the level of 50, 100 people, ICT in Greece, also abroad, that they are making solutions involving, some AI parts inside. So it's very difficult for the prime minister to say, I will adopt the bots technology and I will close down all the human-based calling and answering centers. But for a mayor, it's easier. So we have bots in municipalities much faster than it goes to the central government. This is what I'm thinking. And it happens. I mean, now municipalities are starting to adopt things. They have, for example, open budgets. They discuss budgets, which is a step. So if you have an open budget system and everybody discusses on the fiscal policies, you might have a machine generating some alternatives. What would you like, this or that? I also like simulation. I think simulation will be the next big thing for AI, because simulation doesn't hurt anyone, but it gives you a very good decision support, because it can show you what will happen in the future with something that involves people. And in order to manage the people, the behavioral aspects of the model, you cannot do it anymore in an Excel. You need agents, and then you need thinking machines that will make the simulation. Enough.
Thank you. I think for your very interesting presentation to raise a lot of interesting questions. And I'd like to follow up your view presented there.
Maybe you say your name, where you come from, to know each other.
Okay, I'm Salvo Dias from Primero University in Portugal.
Portugal.
I said that before, that's why I had one.
Yeah, I was not there.
Anyhow, just dealing here what you said about artificial AI and focus about algorithm government. And I wonder, well, if you have an algorithm, nowadays you can change government without the vote.
Okay.
So if trust government or don't like this government,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can change
Yeah,
government.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You will be able to change algorithms.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It won't
yeah,
happen.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because,
There will be a left algorithm and a right algorithm.
yeah, yeah,
It just,
yeah, yeah. It's very interesting, this scenario. It's very to the heart of the new democracy that is coming. But think about first. Today, what are you really deciding? We elect members of the parliament. This is what we elect, our representatives. Now, in the strange system we're looking at and we are living at, the representatives are grouped in parties, and by the time they get elected, they have to abide with the law of the party. I don't know about Portugal, but in Greece every now and then they say, the party says this. Everyone who says different, every member of the parliament of my party that says different, it goes out of the party. So everybody is, so first let's think about who we elect in this situation. Huh? I think that what we should do in this situation even, it's like in the companies. Look, in my mind, I have that as a lesson to the students to understand how democracy should work. The members of the parliament representing us are like the stakeholders of a company. Huh? Stakeholder. Stakeholder means you don't know what is happening every day there, but every year you come and you say, this is the business plan. This is what the board of directors goes to the General Assembly of the stakeholders and says, do you buy this plan? And the stakeholder says, yes, yes, we buy this plan. Or sometimes the stakeholders come, this is even better, and they say, who is the CEO that can do this? You see, we have forgotten all this now. This is how it should work. It should work in the elections, it should be the previous parliament saying, this is what we want, or the new parliament established, and then say, we're looking for a prime minister actually, that we would take care of this plan and make it a reality. This is happening in Google. Huh? They say, this is what we want, where we want to go. Who can do that? Today, we forgot all this. Everything is interplexed. The parliament, the party, the owner of the party, which is the president of the party, is actually the owner. It says, do this, and everything is done. He becomes a prime minister, he calls his member of the parliament, or the MPs, he makes them, or she makes them ministers. In the future, in my mind, what I think is the following. The parliament will decide on the algorithm. As I said, the rules. Means how much you want the people to suffer, for example, and how much you want the state to prosper. This is a very nice equilibrium. It's called fiscal policy. So the parliament decides and says, I will have this parameter for the next 4 years to this, or maybe for the next year to this. So we will be electing the members of the parliament that will be controlling the bits and bytes of the algorithms. The execution then is easier. Make it happen. So there are ways. And I think that in the future, we'll be also able to elect members of the parliament that will be machines, to trust them more than we trust our representatives. By the way, do you know your representative, really? In the Portugal?
The first one.
Eh?
The first one.
No, not a member of the party. Yeah, you see.
I think this is a nice conversation also to continue during the break. Yeah, or the lunch break of all the YouTube visions, what's going on. Well, my conclusion is we have a lot, really a lot, and we have to do with care. We will move to the last presentation, which is online. AI policies in Latin America, disruption or more of the same. So let's try and start the film.
Listo. Yo creo que ya, ¿cierto? Bueno. Hello everyone. Let me introduce ourselves. My colleague is Raúl Zambrano, independent researcher from the USA. and my name is Marcela Sanchez Torres. I work as a full professor for the Universidad Nacional de Colombia. Today, we want to share with you the results of our paper entitled AI Policies in Latin America, Disruption or More of the Same. Our agenda for this presentation is as follows. Initially, we will discuss the challenge and the framework for supporting this work. Later, we will explain the development of AI policies worldwide, then how this development has been in Latin America and the Caribbean. Then we show the main findings and some conclusions. As all we know, on the one hand, the current fourth industrial revolution is expected to impact the entire society, especially artificial intelligence has had dramatic advances in image and speed recognition, autonomous robotics, language tags, and so on. All these AI developments can be new opportunities for Latin American and Caribbean countries, considering their higher levels of poverty and inequality. On the other hand, the AI-based public and private services, such as health, education, justice, and banking, are data hungry and demanding a capture of vast amounts of data. Consequently, AI has generated different concerns such as privacy, bias, inequality, safety, security, etc. Additionally, the global south faces more concerns, considering that industrialized countries create most new digital technologies, and AI also demands human resources and sophisticated ecosystems capable of promoting adoption and diffusion of AI. In this context, countries should respond to all these challenges from a public policy perspective. This work explores how these responses have been.
So good morning to all. Hope all you are well. So to try to assess how AI could impact developing economies, we need to have a framework. So our approach is to look beyond technology and try to define AI as an ecosystem comprised of three pillars. So one is the data system, which basically is data, big data, analytics. And here we include also the labor required to classify data. As you know, there's a lot of so-called ghost labor, where people are actually working to try to create these humongous data sets that are inputs to AI. Second is the infrastructure. This is not only the servers, the computing capacity, but also the storage, the connectivity, and so on and so forth. It's a whole ecosystem of hardware and software and communications that support AI. And finally, what we call capacities, which has two different dimensions. One is the human capacity, what we need to have in place to run AI, to manage AI. The other one is the institutional capacities, which is the entities who should be able to do policy and also implement AI initiatives, private and public. Bear in mind that this is not only limited to technology, we also have capacities on administration, management, and of course policy making. Next. We have also four what we call policy dimensions, which are basically how we see society. So we have four pillars here. One is the economic and social pillar, which is basically the whole economic side, productivity, impact on jobs, production, distribution, as we mentioned before, but also the social part, which is the human services, the inclusion, inequality, and so on and so forth. Second is what we call the political, which includes the governance components, but also the human rights, privacy, transparency, accountability, and so on and so forth. Third is the technological, which is basically how does AI work, the inner sort of complexity of AI, how does it make decisions and so on and so forth. So this is a very sort of well-known field. And the last one is what we call has actually the idea of who is doing all this, who is supposed to be doing all this, who is doing the oversight of all this. Next. So our framework is basically combining the 3 pillars and the 4 targets. And we link those pillars and we get to this framework. So next, in the next slide, we see the framework. So we have on the left side we have what we call the policy inputs, which is basically the readiness that the country has to be able to embrace AI. Right? That's going to feed into some governance instance, which is going to then also take into account the 4 dimensions, which is the local context, which is very important. Not every country is the same. Every country is different, very different. And this mix over here, right, it's some agents and some agency is happening over here, and then we have a policy, a national policy, which then proposes a governance mechanism which is going to be open and inclusive. So we are also having governance as an output of the process. So that's what we said is both an input and an output. And if you go to the next slide, then we see that what we need to have in place is a lot of expertise to do AI policy. It's not only engineers, but it's also economists, sociologists, political science, a lot of different ways of knowledge, so we can bring this all together. And it goes way beyond technology. It's not only an issue of technology, and as I said before, governance is both an input and output, and as we'll see in the next slide, what we call the policy cycle, which Marcelo is going to talk about, is fundamental to understand how policy is made. So we are basing our whole analysis on this. So, Marcelo?
Okay. At the beginning of the AI rebirth, there were voices warning against any policy or regulation. However, the AI race raised the need to identify what type of policies are adequate to manage the concerns. Determining which countries have already approved a national policy and are in the implementation phase is not an easy task. Using OECD database and other resources, we identified that 30 countries and the European Union have already approved national AI public policies. Most of them are industrialized countries. Several of these countries also have additional AI-related policies that either extend the previous or provide complementary support. We identified 3 types of policies based on the core AI components, data, infrastructure, and capacity. The first type, superpowers, comprise China and the USA, which defined their AI policies early in 2014, backed by large public and private resources and addressing geopolitical concerns where global supremacy combined with national and digital sovereignty matters. The second one, scrammers, comprise high-income nations whose policies are focused on preserving or extending their current competitive advantage. These nations also aim to develop their own AI sectors and capabilities to support digital sovereignty. It is remarkable that European Union policy wants to lead the artificial intelligence concerns on ethical matters. The third one, laggards, is formed by some emerging countries whose policies are focused on attracting foreign talent and to take advantage from AI benefits. These countries show less interest in digital sovereignty. Unfortunately, Latin America and Caribbean is the champion in income and wealth inequalities. The current pandemic reversing the progress made just a few years ago. Despite using the free platforms offered by the digital monopolies, data capacity in the region is still embryonic in both the public and private sectors. Their national innovation systems are still weak, and internet penetration is around 50%. However, AI adoption is now starting to gain speed in the region. Regarding to AI policy development in the region, started in 2017, but has since faced some challenges that slowed down the process. Both the pandemic and changes in government resulting from electoral process have been the main obstacles to stop the process. So we classify the Latin American and Caribbean countries into three categories according to where they are in the policy cycle. First are countries that have already completed AI and complementary policies and have now reached the implementation phase. Colombia and Uruguay are part of this group. Both countries approved AI policies into a broader strategic framework, such as overall digital transformation in the Colombian case or digital government development in the case of Uruguay. Colombia was the first country in the region that formally approved a national AI policy that combines AI and digital transformation. But the emphasis is in the digital transformation, and AI is just one of its pillars. On contrary, Uruguay's policy core objective is to promote the responsible use of the AI in the public sector to improve public administration. And recently, last July, Brazil launched its AI policy. However, we didn't study indeed because this research was already complete. The second category involves governments have already launched policy design process but have yet to reach the final approval. This group comprises Argentina, Chile, and Mexico. These draft AI policies have in common that its core objective is to be leaders in the region. These proposals also arise from large discussions and that have involved different stakeholders. However, in the case of Argentina and Mexico, as I said before, the changes in the government stopped these efforts. The third category comprises countries working on broader digital technology policies but have yet to embrace AI as a priority policy area. They are in the agenda setting phase of the policy cycle, and perhaps they will not generate standalone AI policies. It's important to say that in most countries, national ministries or specialized agencies working under the president's offices directly lead the policy development process from agenda settings to approval. The exception is Mexico. The Senate kick-started the policy process in partnership with the British Embassy in Mexico and the Prosperity Fund. It is remarkable because it's the first time that a civil society coalition launched a national AI strategy. And finally, it is important to mention the Caribbean countries. They have a large gap in connectivity, so perhaps artificial intelligence is not a priority policy area. No? Could you please turn on the microphone?
Good idea. So the findings are, we have three different components. One is the process. So look at the process when we have the policy cycle. We have the fundamental step is the agenda setting process, which sort of determines what are the priorities. So in the case of Latin America, those agendas were set by experts. No consultations happen here. And they have a large influence from external partners who help set up agendas. For the policy design phase, there were some consultations in most countries except Colombia, meaning that they actually had a draft document and they consulted with the different stakeholders. But again, support was done by other external partners, including the IDB and many others. Next. So in terms of the content, the documents are pretty much the same. They have a mission, they have an objective, they have pillars, they have some projects, and they have some budgets. In most cases, the budget is missing, but in the case of Colombia, we have a budget, which is an interesting question. But there's some money basically allocated for this. Same in Europe, by the way, it's not that different. Second, in terms of the objectives, we find that they are quite different across countries. So some countries like Brazil, Colombia, and Uruguay, looking inside, they don't want to lead anything. Mexico and Argentina actually doing the opposite. They want to be leaders, even though they have not approved the policies. Uruguay is leading the private sector, and Colombia has very modest ambitions. Next. Now, in terms of the four dimensions we mentioned before, we find an interesting gaps. One is that there's no link between AI policies and protecting comparative advantages, unlike the European countries, for example. This is not in the equation, except for Brazil and Chile. They have done some of this because they're following the OECD principles. Same for job protection and new policies. They are most ignored. Again, Brazil and Chile are the exception because they are following OECD principles. Ethics and technology seems to dominate the agenda. It's very important for many of the policies to address these components. And there's nothing on the issue of data independence, having their own data sovereignty. So that's not in any of the policies. Next. So, next. So, in terms of the typology, of course, all the countries are basically in the laggard category. They are not jumping ahead of any other countries, but unlike India, for example, they don't want to be any other emerging nations. Furthermore, there is no regional coordination efforts in Latin America to have a sort of unified policy. There's little AI context for the local reality, so there's no effort being done to try to address specific issues that we have in many of these countries. And again, the issue of data is surprisingly not seen as catalytic. It's more they're more trying to keep the status quo. Next. So to conclude, then we can say that the LAC policies are actually taking a middle of the road approach, meaning that they are not confronting the challenges head on. They seem to think that AI is more a threat than an opportunity. So they turn like a defensive stance, trying to protect human rights and things, but not seen as a way to maybe change direction, to maybe set things in a different way. So that's not in the agenda, unfortunately. Again, data production is not questioned. So data production, which is so fundamental for AI, is not being put in the front burner, so to speak. This should be actually one of the main things we should be doing. And finally, if you put data in the front burner, then we could actually discuss about being independent in terms of digital technologies. Next, final slide. So the link to AI and the economic sector is weak, as in most cases, and there's no discussion of industrial policies. Ethics, as I mentioned before, is driving the agenda, but that will not suffice to change anything big time. And I think the reason for these things that not being addressed is that the way the agendas were set was done in a very particular way, where the agenda setting process was not done with the consultations. So once the priorities pop up, you cannot change this. So we need to connect these dots, and of course we need to do more research on policy development in the region. And finally, the final slide is if you have any questions, please take a note of these emails and you feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And goodbye.
Thank you for the online presentation. I'm not sure you can follow us over here.
Yeah, certo.
I like the final conclusion that you need more
research over here. And I like also the title of this paper, Disruption or More of the Same. What you see is everybody jumps on the bandwagon. We don't really understand what is going on. It's a very broad area with many issues at stake, and we try to focus on the simplistic parts that can be tackled very soon, and then ignore the more complex part that should be tackled. And therefore, we have a lot of doom. We didn't discuss, for example, in this paper also, what is the quality of the policy, what makes up a successful policy, what should be included in a policy, although the authors, they give some clues about what should be included, of course. It's normative, and we should have a better understanding of it. That concludes this session. Thank you all for being here and participating in the discussions. I hope that all of you will submit a paper to this track next year, because I think it's really needed. Everybody concludes about it. More research needed, more understanding needed, but also in other tracks, of course. We will continue with the lunch, and I'm looking forward to the next sessions. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Are you a speaker?
Yeah.
Okay. For this session.
For this session. The second one.
Yours?
I mean, presenter.
First one?
Second one. Do you have a presentation? Yeah.
Yes.
It's also.
It says in the name, missing video file.
Okay.
You have a sender also?
Yes.
This is yours?
Yeah.
Down 129.
You're the first one?
Now 129.
Yes. So, this is your microphone.
Okay.
Camera is there. So, the clicker. So, and send the slide from here. You don't have to do this.
Okay. And also the animations are.
So the next, only the videos. If you have video, you have to go here. Who's gonna sit here?
One guy. Yeah. Just hope that nobody's gonna see.
No one will. That's your fault. My life has
Well, another option is that you
behind it.
put it over there, further away. So that is fine.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Maybe outside.
Yeah.
So if you are the last speaker, because I just talked with the registration office, we won't have 5.
Okay, cool.
Just no. 3.
Do you know where to get the good coffee around here?
Good call. You have to leave the this area.
The right store?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, I'm not from here.
Okay.
2, 3.
Καλησπέρα.
Εδώ θα γίνει σήμερα.
Ποιο? Ποιο?
Είχε και χθες κάτι εδώ, το κάνανε στην τρίπλα, στη Β2.
Οκ. Και γενικά έχει και εδώ και στη Β2 και στη Β3.
Ναι, χθες δεν είχε στη Β2 κανονικά.
Ναι.
Άρα μάλλον εδώ θα γίνει.
Τι είναι αυτό που θα γίνει για να ξέρω κι εγώ?
Bridging research and practicing governance and policy making. Τρέχα γύρω.
Εντάξει. Αυτό είναι το 4. Ναι, το 4 δώσε μας.
Ωραία. Να δούμε και με τις παρουσιάσεις θα κάνουμε.
Ναι. Τις έχω τις παρουσιάσεις όλες.
Ωραία. Με το μόνο θα αλλάζει τα slides.
Είστε εδώ που βοηθάτε ή έχετε ομιλία?
Όχι, εγώ είμαι εθελοντής βοηθάω.
Εθελοντής που βοηθάει. Λοιπόν, οι παρουσιάσεις είναι όλες έτοιμες, είναι πάνω. Η μία από ό,τι βλέπεις, η τρίτη που είναι λίγο διαφορετική, είναι pre-recorded. Δηλαδή...
Α, είναι το βίντεο, ναι, που είναι στο τέλος.
Όχι αυτό. Έχει αλλάξει.
Okay.
Το τελευταίο δεν γίνεται. Πάει. Το αφήνουμε. Το τρίτο, το τρίτο, ναι, είναι pre-recorded. Δηλαδή εδώ είναι όμικρο. Okay. Οπότε θα πέσει βίντεο. Ότι στο βίντεο θα έχει πέρα μπροστά.
Αυτά δεν έχει ξαναδείξει να βάλω.
Άνοιξη εδώ πέρα. Όταν μιλήσει κάποιος ανεβαίνει εδώ, θα εξήγησα απλά στους πρώτους δύο. Ανεβαίνει εδώ, μιλάει, έχει και το τικεράκι, αλλάζει παρουσιάσεις, το κάνουμε να πούμε συνδεδεμένο. Πάμε είναι και pointer. Όποιος κάθεται εδώ, έχει να πούμε να δει το μικρόφωνο.
We are all the same.
Yeah, I was looking for the coffee. Share out.
Barry? I think so. Okay, I'm sharing the session. Hi, Mariana. Thank you. Make a little bit.
Βγάλ' το ποντίκι αν είναι να βάλεις κάτι. Ναι. Θα μπει καινούργια παρουσίαση. Without.
Welcome to the presentation, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, I missed the mic.
Larva prostatic, male, yeah. How should I pronounce it? Right, it's just cold. Really, you know. How many online presentations do you have?
Online.
Really cool.
Just one.
Mine is your phone. Yes. One that is. Which one?
Okay,
Can I get it in the same one? Where you see the next slide coming in the middle? So it's not
the one that presented you.
Yeah. So it's duplicating that it's the comparison. Otherwise, I'll just keep on your education and notes. We'll be fine. It's okay. I have it up here.
Also this. The upper bottom. Yeah.
Είναι presenter review τώρα. Για άλλαξε μου ένα slide. Εντάξει είναι, complain. Δεν μου τα αλλάζει. Μου έχει πάρει τη δεύτερη πηγή.
Do we have pre-recorded presentation at the end?
Yeah, no, gonna only four. We have only four. The third one
So one of the presentation is
missing. The third one will be the pre-recorded one. The fourth will be yeah, it's same. Third one.
on the recorded, that is the other ones. Okay, so we have.
Okay, we can put it online because it's only. And the other thing, the content is only.
Okay,
Yeah, because it's just a video, so it gives like people here more time for questions and so on. Because the video is just like the video, but you want to do Όποτε είναι να ξεκινήσουμε μου λέτε, έτσι. Έχουμε 6 λεπτά ακόμα, εντάξει.
Around 15 minutes of presentations for 5 questions. So we have plenty of time.
Microfono number. Εκεί έχει μπροστά τους μικρόφωνα. Λειτουργούν. Άνοιξε το, πάτα το κουμπάκι να ξεκινήσω.
Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, wonderful. It's weird to be here. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Welcome to this paper session number 4, Bridging Research and Practice in Governance and Policy Making. We are having 4 presentations today. 1, 2, 3, 4, correct. We are having 4 presentations today. As you know, we have 15 minutes planned for the initial presentation, then 5 minutes for questions and answers, but we have plenty of time, so I think we will have the opportunity to have some discussion after all the presentations. We now have a presentation of a paper entitled IT Portfolio Management as Framework for Managing Technical Debt by Mili Nielsen and Zoran Skarup. Maybe I pronounced it right. And by the way, I'm Mariana Lameiras from UNU-EGOV, and I'm sharing this session. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mili.
Just take this off. Yes. Make it a little easier. So thank you and good afternoon. I hope you had a nice lunch. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the paper, as you very correctly titled, IT Portfolio Management as a Framework for Managing Technical Debt. So Søren and I are from the Research Center of Government IT, which is a collaboration between the IT University and they got some funding from the Digitization Agency, the Danish Digitization Agency. And yes, so we are from the IT University of Copenhagen, and that is placed in Denmark. So before I go into the paper, I would like to start by explaining what technical debt is, because this is not something I've seen in the e-government field. So technical debt is from the software engineering field, and it is described as shortcut, a quick fix to a problem or as a road to do development. So here we have an example of a computer, which obviously its internal fan is not working, so they have made a shortcut or a quick fix with duct tape and an external fan to ensure that it's not overheating. This is not solving the actual problem. This is not a proper solution. They might not be able to run as nicely, or so this can be a nice, fine solution to do temporarily while deciding on whether to buy a new computer or installing a new fan. And we see this term or this happening with IT systems as well. Maybe you have a deadline you need to meet and the computer needs to work. So we also see this in the public sector. So there are several examples of this. This is from NextGov, where a news article saying government's growing problem in paying its technical debt. So what they here is talking about is the amount of money and time that is spent on IT maintenance. And this is important to manage because all the new features and all the new developments are laid on top on the existing IT system, so if they break, the rest is not that much good. So it's all about managing. Technical debt management is defined as the actions of identification, assessment, and remediation of technical debt throughout a software system. So it gives itself away. And back to the paper. So we were followed. So we created the following research questions. How
can technical debt be conceptualized on an IT portfolio management perspective, and how is technical debt created and managed in the IT portfolio perspective in a government organization. And that is because we want to avoid this. So this comic strip reads that the manager goes to the developer saying, did you finish the software yet? And then the developer answers, no, I'm still paying off the technical debt from the last programmer you rushed. The manager answers, I don't know what that means. And the developer ends up saying, well, that explains a lot. So the aim for this paper is to help the manager to understand what technical debt is and to give them some tools to actually manage the technical debt instead of worsening it. And that's where IT portfolio management comes in, as it's already a tool within IT development. So portfolio comes from the financial world and is defined as a collection of items grouped together to facilitate their efficient and effective management. An IT portfolio entails applications, infrastructure, projects, people and their mutual dependencies, and IT operations and maintenance. And some of them are italic, and that's because I will come back to them later. There are also activities involved within the IT portfolio. We see supporting business needs, resourcing, and addressing technical debt. And we have synthesized the literature on IT portfolio management and more general to a framework, which I'll present next. So first we see business and political environment and technological environment is affecting the IT portfolio management. That's why they're there, but they're not necessarily a part of the IT portfolio management. And as you saw, the four elements within the four core elements we identified within the IT portfolio management are IT projects, IT applications, IT infrastructure, and IT operations. And across these elements, we have three activities: addressing business needs, resourcing, and then technical debt management, which we are focusing upon. Yes. And so we applied this framework on the data, which we used the following methods to collect. So we did a case study in a Danish agency where I was at the organizations from August to December, 3 days a week, where I observed IT management on a daily basis and conducted 17 interviews and with internal and external employees, and the external employees being the consultancies firms they hire in, provides them with software developers, and they work on site and closely together with these software developers to create new IT systems and to maintain the existing ones. And lastly, I participated in 3 quarterly IT planning workshops where they plan the IT development for the following months. Yep. So there are, of course, several findings, but the main findings, so we applied this framework and saw where some of the overlapping, how we could use this. And we found, for example, that technical debt management resides in the application portfolio. And with this, the example we're giving is that they have multiple of the same type of systems, and this can cause, that's not a neat application landscape if you're taking from the architectural perspective, but the system that they built themselves was not supporting all the business needs. So that was that one. And the second is that we saw that technical debt can be caused by different applications. So we have application A and B. Then application A is delivering some data to application B, but they did it in a wrong format. So it's application B which has to fix the mistake or the lack of proper formatting from application A, and of course application A should be sending it in the right format as well and fixing that. And third, TD is created and revealed by resourcing decisions, and we saw a couple of examples of this. So for example, that we saw they were moving servers from one vendor to another, and this revealed existing technical debt they were just simply not aware of. This caused a lot of problems, and they had to freeze their IT development because of this move, which took much longer because of the technical debt. Another is that they strip, so if they have a deadline approaching and in a high prioritized projects, they will move resources from the existing, from other projects or from other teams. So they might be working on a different system, and then they moved it to the high prioritized project so it would meet the deadline. However, it left the tasks unfinished, or they had to hand it over to someone less qualified or maybe not as embedded in the IT system. So that would take them longer compared to if they have the ones who assigned to the task had just done it in the first place. And lastly, TD is created by changes in the business needs, and by business needs we talk both the political and the actual business. So, for example, up to a parliament election, the governments are having a bit of difficulties planning the next projects and the priorities ahead because they're unsure of how the election is going to turn out, and the election is affecting the IT management and the IT systems, how many money they're getting, what are the priorities, and is actually hindering them and can take the systems in different directions because they're there to support the political parts. And another example was that they created a system where they assumed some business needs, and thus the application became much more complicated and much bigger than it actually needed to be, because half of it was not used anyways, and so the half which were used, it was more difficult to maintain. Became a little messy. So we also give a couple of practical recommendations for managing technical debt. One was to bundle the technical debt into projects. In that way, they are prioritized in the same way as any other IT projects. And we saw that the organization did this with success. It maybe a little bit with scope creep, so it was growing a little bit because they kept finding more debt related to the project they're already working on. Another is to integrate TD resolutions in projects. So if they are further developing an already existing IT systems, they implemented like a general overtask to also fix some of the technical debt they had identified. And in that way, it was, while they're already working on it, they were also solving the issues there. And lastly, we saw this as a problem, and that was to implement portfolio-focused resources planning. So instead of keep moving people around, maybe plan with the resources you have, just as when you plan the IT, you also plan where are the resources allocated, are there any peak points, are we going to have any problems, can we move some of it so people don't have to split themselves or create technical debt. So that's a few recommendations that we hope practice will be able to incorporate if they're not in too much of a hurry. So some conclusions and suggestions for future studies. We see that this study contributes to technical debt management by developing and apply portfolio management as a theoretical framework. we presented this to the agency, and they were very happy about it, presented to other authorities as well, and they saw this as a great communication tool as a way to evaluate technical debt from the software developer to the actual to the managers. So we demonstrate that technical debt also exists outside of an IT system, and it can actually be caused and resolved by the management as well. So we encourage future studies to further develop and apply this framework, and maybe this was we use what we found as the most central parts of the portfolio, IT portfolio. There could be others, and that could reveal other kinds of technical debt, of course. So that was it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Now, Millie, thank you for being so compliant with time management. We are now open for questions or comments. If anyone from the audience would like to share thoughts.
Thank you. We just take this off. Thank you for your presentation. I'm new to the concept of technical debt. My question is, your work was on an agency, and you use public agencies.
Yes.
So is there a different case for technical debt management in the public sector? So the problems are the problems different from your experience in the private sector and why? And does that imply a different framework for technical debt management in the public sector?
Thank you. That's a great question. In general, there is not that much research on managing technical debt, so it's difficult to answer that. And this is the first of technical debt management in the public sector, so I haven't seen a comparison study of this. I have worked as a practitioner in the public sector as well with IT maintenance, and I imagine there are a couple of differences, because there are differences between the public and the private sector, and that's going to affect some of the technical debt and the management. So in terms of, I'm doing currently trying to publish a different paper about stakeholders, where I mapped out the stakeholders, and I do see that it's quite complex for the public sector, because there's different stakeholders influencing it, and this varies from IT system to IT system. So it's not even from sector to sector. So some IT systems are affected by the EU Parliament's regulations, because they have to support the regulations and allow for citizens to comply to the regulations as well. So I think there's a bit of a difference, but I think it's a general and a huge problem.
Thank you so much. Amelie, you mentioned that you presented the framework to the agencies, that they were very happy and even shared with other institutions. Did you see or are you aware of any outcomes of your recommendations? Did they do anything? Do you know what they are planning to do with this work?
No, I haven't had the chance to present. So they have read the article for factor checking, and they seemed happy with it. And then I presented to a different agency who wanted to incorporate it with the ITIL framework, or you could imagine other frameworks for maybe Prince 2 or PMI or something like that. And they were keen to see if they could incorporate it to existing frameworks. But I know that it's something they're working on to get the top management to prioritize this, and they try to. But my understanding is, because it's vaguely defined within software engineering, because it's a metaphor, so it's people which make it's nice because it's easy to understand, but it makes it difficult to talk about, because what are your understanding of this compared to mine, and how do we even work whatever we are not sure of what is.
Wonderful.
resourcing.
Hmm.
Resourcing, because I was wondering if you have selected this term and also thought about change management, or this was very specific to public sector because there is a need for public procurement and the source involves, and there is always changes, and the change management from one supplier to another, given the specificities of public procurement, is always a big trouble. There is a big trouble for the public administrations. But have you why this concept comes up very specifically as resourcing, and where this touches change management in general?
That's a great questions. I did not look into change management per se. I think change management maybe goes a bit more across because it also is about addressing business needs which are changing. But resourcing is, I don't know if it's a clever way of trying to combine two similar concepts. So that we are outsourcing some of our things, but also the internal resources. So the internal employees, how are they distributed? And that was, we were trying to combine that because they have such a close relationship to the externals, developers.
So is whether the distribution of the resources, infrastructure, or human resources as well?
And also the funding wise, because it's when they're external, it's also the money, which they follow the money, right? So maybe one IT system is self-funded because of a fee or because it gets money from a different department. So then it's not a matter of money. So it's this. There's so many special cases. Yeah. So it's trying to evaluate it a bit. Thank you.
Anyone wants to intervene now? Okay, so thank you so much. We are fine, and we can proceed to the next presentation. Thank you so very much. Thank you. So now we have for the concert. Your mask is here, Millie. Okay, now we move on to the second presentation of the panel. The title is Bridging Innovation Towards Efficient Policymaking in ICT-Enabled Service Provision for Senior Citizens, and it is authored by Marilyn. I suppose you are Marilyn?
Yes.
Yeah, she is. Teona and Ingrid. I do not pronounce the last name, not to say any mistake. So please go ahead, the floor is yours.
So yes, hello everyone. My name is Merilin Ljutkevicius. I'm actually second-year master student of e-governance technologies and services program in Tallinn University of Technology. And I'm really happy to be here and present me and my colleagues' paper, as already was recalled, but bringing innovation towards efficient policymaking in ICT-enabled service provision for senior citizens. So this is my today's agenda. So I'm going to do a brief introduction to the topic, give you a theoretical overview, then explain the research methodology, then results, and also conclusions. So I'm quite confident that the term population aging is not coming as news to anyone anymore. And I really wanted to emphasize the United Nations report from 2015, where they predicted that the population shift from 60 years and older in 15-year time will increase in 50%. And it's not only that the population shift is happening, but also that it's affecting so many numerous areas, including the healthcare, transportation, the labor market, and also the social welfare. And as the adoption of digital tools in the strategies can actually support the healthy and active aging. and also support the senior citizens' independence so that we can reduce the pressure from the national budgets. And so this aim of this paper was actually to understand what are the main barriers and enablers to develop the innovative information communication technology for services and products for the senior citizens to enhance their safety and well-being. So the theoretical overview, technology acceptance and readiness, it has very many different theories and frameworks that are actually already discussed. But in our research, we found that the most important one is the technology acceptance model and technology readiness, because the advancements and innovations in the ICT field has brought us many advantages, but also the technological sophistication is also bringing more negative aspects as the anxiety, technophobia, also skepticism, and also the resistance to use the technology. And I think this is the most crucial with the senior citizens, because if they feel that they don't like or understand the technology, they just refuse to try it again in the future. And one of the very important frameworks was also, which is not so much discussed yet, is the stakeholder and senior citizen inclusion. It means that increased number of senior citizens means enhanced involvement also in the policy processes, so that the senior citizens are included and also other stakeholders included in the policy creation, because it's improving the well-being of seniors, and at the same time it's improving the policy's quality. And the senior citizens and stakeholders have to be also in the initial design process, not in the implementation phase of the services. So methodology used was, we at first made market overview. So we wanted to understand what are the main domains affecting the policy creation and also the senior citizens' well-being. So we understood different categories in that field. Then we had 2 panel meetings with 7 experts, but the experts were very carefully chosen. So there were people from financing side, from governmental agencies, also from the NGOs who are closely working together with senior citizens, from cybersecurity, and also business field. And the technique used was nominal group work, where after gathering all the results and analyzing the data, we were able to create collective cognitive map of the results. And based on these results, we validated the results to get the 5 most important criteria by criteria multi-voting. Results. So this is quite big map, as you can see. It's difficult to read, but I'm gonna explain, because this topic is actually really, really big, and it has very many different categories. So I wanted to just point out what were the 11 different categories we were focusing on, and then I'm gonna explain the results a little bit further. So the first one was motives and benefits. Then the issues and limitations, actors who are involved in senior citizens' everyday life, what are the knowledge-based resources, skills and competences needed, social and healthcare, medicine and caregiving, food and nutrition, leisure and well-being, finance, mobility and transportation, housing, and educational, professional and other activities. So going one by one, so the motives and benefits. So the experts pointed out that the accessibility of information and how various ICT solutions can enhance gathering it was the most important criteria. And also they mentioned that the lifelong learning promotion to keep the senior mind actually active and keep the seniors in the process is also very important. The barriers and limitations, well, what actually hinders the organizations to create services for senior citizens is the infrastructure limitations. So it means that there maybe are not high-speed broadband connection all across the country, so it's hard to bring the services and products to all, like everyone. And also the senior citizens' own distrust using the digital technology. The actors involved in the senior citizens' everyday life are the government agencies. So for example, the social insurance and health care or health insurance. And the third sector engagement is very important because usually the services introduced are by the NGOs and community groups. So there are like different social workers and volunteers who are actually like showing the new products to the elderly. And under the knowledge-based resources, the end user own skills and awareness. So it's important that we are not going to go and teach the elderly like this is the service and this is the product, this is how to use it, but actually to understand what are their own capabilities before we go them. And integration, so the services have to be integrated. We can't offer 10 different platforms. They have to be somehow linked that they are easy to use, even like if we're talking about public sector services. Social and healthcare, medicine and caregiving. The experts pointed out that there has to be easier access to service providers through the family doctors and local governments, so that they can actually be the link between the seniors and the service providers. And also the health and status monitoring can give ICT more opportunities. So if there are some health and status monitoring devices and innovations created, then the relatives of the senior citizen can have peace of mind that they know that their elderly is doing well if they can't go to them every day. Food and nutrition, the experts pointed out the people with dementia, that the mealtime reminders are very important because maybe they don't know that they haven't eaten yet, or maybe they just forgot. Maybe they even forgot that they just have eaten. And also the smart assistant tools for food preparation. So what can actually be provided by the service providers in that field? Under the leisure and well-being, the social involvement. So it's not that the seniors are involved in the activities, but they should also be the target group that different initiatives are meant for. And active and healthy lifestyle promotion to keep the elderly socially, physically, and like mentally active. And one of the important fields is the finance and financial literacy. So we have to have development of financial literacy to, like, there is a need for more knowledge and skills related to personal budgeting, and it's very crucial with elderly people. And the online training session can help with the financial, legal, and work-related terms. Under the mobility and transportation, so one of the barriers is that there is a lack of resources, like human and physical resources for the transportation in rural areas. And this is the place where actually the development of self-driving cars can help. It's not maybe needed so much in the cities, but mostly in the rural areas. And sharing economy solutions. The experts mentioned really interesting point that maybe there should be Bolt for seniors that is easy and affordable to use, and that they can call taxi for themselves if they need transportation. Smart home solutions under housing. They can help to control and analyze the electricity, the heating, also water usage, to make sure that they are actually used in the house. And distance-controlled housing as well is closely connected to the smart home solutions. And the last is the educational point, that the professionals can help to develop ICT services. And their job should be more to understand what is the existing knowledge that the senior citizens have, instead of teaching like new skills for them. And also educational development, there maybe we should think about some easy platforms where seniors can solve different daily tasks. So the conclusions. So this paper was a preliminary study, and it needs further discussion and analysis. Also, these results were part of Estonian Welfare Development Plan, which is coming out in the next year. And also that development and innovation in the public sector, it's not only up to one actor, but actually all of us, researchers, business and seniors themselves have to be cooperating in that. Lifelong learning is crucial, and what I want you to take from this presentation is that if we are active and we are engaging different groups of population, then it's more easier to provide some like advanced technologies in the future. I would like to acknowledge Republic of Estonia and the European Regional Development Fund, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mary. I'm sure we have questions from the audience.
Thank you for the nice presentation. I have just a question to your categories and also to your research. Some of your categories, they are really close to building blocks from the smart city part. So do you think these research and categories, they should build up their own building block in a smart city? Because it's very different. In the smart city, we often focus the citizens at all, but not others. So do you think we should develop each building block for such analysis with your categories?
Yeah, it's a really good notice, and I agree actually. Well, because the results were from like all about different regions of Estonia, so it's not like only like one area of Estonia. I think it's a good idea to kind of think about the smart city solution and kind of like framework for across the country to be used. Yeah. I hope it answers your question.
Yes, part of it, because it's very interesting, because if we look into your categories, so some of them are just a part of building blocks for each step to build a smart city. And my question goes more to the direction, because we have building blocks already for the normal citizens, but how we can solve that also for the elderly?
For the elderlies, yeah. Well, I think this is the social inclusion part, that we are engaging the elderly people in the whole process. So, for example, if I'm talking about in Estonia, we under like every area in every local municipality and local government, we have also the elderly association. So they are in the council, and they can also speak how they feel about the new developments, and yeah. So this is one of the part that I think, and I think we should actually like use it more and give more like freedom to the elderly in that sense.
Marilyn, from the results of your research and from the experts' point of view, did you hear something or did you hear anything regarding the role of local governments in this regard? What's your experience around that?
The local government was very it was mentioned a lot actually in the results. In Estonia, not Tallinn or Republic of Estonia is doing the decision making, but the local governments are. So in every area, we have 15 different districts, and they all have different strategies, and in that sense,
That varies a lot worldwide. The competencies of the local government and their capacity, their ability to act depends a lot worldwide. Okay, wonderful. More questions, comments? No?
Thank you for your presentation. The question is, from my experience, other normal people, difficulties using section dividers, going there and I use classes to be able to control. I didn't saw any limitations related to the kind of interfaces and kind of devices. You found anything related?
Yeah, I didn't mention it here because of the space constraint. But yes, the difficult user interface of technologies, and this was actually mentioned, and it was also that the service providers, if they are developing new solutions, they should also think about how it could be easy to use for the elderly people. So it was also mentioned. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, that was one of my points. I just came and opened the full paper in order to confirm, because I read the paper and I thought, I remember that I read more barriers and more limitations. Let me just confirm.
Yeah.
Precisely because of that. As a curiosity, Marilyn, which tool did you use for the cognitive map? Just curiosity. Did you use any software, any tool to develop the map? No.
I can't remember. I'm gonna find it out. I have it in my notes, but
okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Just a curiosity. Yeah. Okay. No more questions? Thank you so much,
thank you.
This is really weird. Okay. No, I'm not taking this off. Okay. We now have another paper. Sorry that my voice is really bad. The title is Historical Analysis on Interoperability in Estonian Data Exchange Architecture, Perspectives from the Past and for the Future. And I think Eric is presenting, and it is a co-authored paper with Richard and Ingrid. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Eric Jackson, and I'm a second-year PhD student at Caltech, and I am focusing on cross-border data exchange interoperability. And I'd also like to thank the European Development Fund for helping channel resources for this research. So we'll just get right into it and to talk a little bit about setting the scene. So we know that in e-government, interoperability is a huge driver for e-governance implementation and e-services. And in Estonia, there is a interoperable platform called X-Road that basically connects 600 Estonian private and public sector organizations, and we call it basically a unified data exchange layer. And this platform has about 1 billion queries annually, and if we compare that with this EU e-delivery cross-border platform, I think that had 250 million queries since 2015. So we're talking about a platform that does handle a quite serious amount of volume of queries. And actually in 2018, the Nordic Institute for Interoperable Solutions took control over X-Road management from the Estonian government. And actually, the Ministry of Finance of both Estonia and Finland jointly manage this company. It's actually a nonprofit, I should say, with NIS, Nordic Institute for Interoperable Solutions. And yeah, so talk about the ecosystem a little more. So X-Road uses a standardized messaging protocol and security servers, as well as organizational legal agreements to kind of facilitate this interoperable data exchange. I'll talk about that a little bit more here. But X-Road also has a key component of enabling cross-border data exchange through federative agreements. And I think that's really important in terms of this EU concept of a digital single market. So X-Road kind of represents an actual use case of cross-border data exchange between two countries. But although the system, as we've seen, is working and fields quite a lot of queries, the Estonian government is looking to implement next generation of government services. And that's primarily using virtual assistants. And because of this kind of proposed change for basically the next decade, that's the Estonian government's vision, it will require some changes to the X-Road environment, which is currently a synchronous architecture to an asynchronous one. And this also leads directly into potential microservice integration. So kind of setting the scene there, we talk about the objectives of this paper. So first, what we wanted to do was actually kind of analyze the context at the end of the 90s and beginning of early 2000s, which enabled X-Road's implementation based on certain interoperability principles. And this is because we can kind of better understand X-Road's evolution and potential scalability for the future when we look into the past and kind of what was the logic from X-Road founders and requirements architects. And then second, we want to understand X-Road's kind of current interoperable capacity for this proposed Estonian next generation digital services. And we primarily did this through interviewing the Chief Technology Officer of NIS. And then just really quickly, so the research questions. So the first one, how did the historical conditions related to interoperability principles affect X-Road's implementation and adoption in Estonia? And then how is the current X-Road ecosystem equipped for the future of next generation government services that I previously described? So just to give a little theoretical framework for us all. So we use the European Interoperability Framework, I'll just say EIF for short. And if we look at the framework, it really breaks interoperability down into 4 components. So the first one, quite obvious technical interoperability, and this kind of dictates the ability for subsystems to interface with one another. And this is done through standardized practices and frameworks, and data is also a really critical component for this special section. If we look at semantic interoperability, really pertains to semantics, syntactic aspects, and in a really simple way, is everyone using the same corpus of language to speak with one another. And then we have organizational interoperability, which is really, really crucial, and we'll see about that here during the results. But it's about really the regulations and policies that guide organizations to adopt within and between one another. And users also have a representative role in this organizational aspect. And then we have legal interoperability, and that can really pertain to data protection acts. Well, we're talking about digital signature legislation on an EU level. We have eIDAS, and really the legal frameworks of different countries, and on a supranational level, the European Union, it really shapes how interoperability is implemented in different organizations. So that was a very quick theoretical rundown. We could talk more about that. But just a brief summary of the methodology. So we implemented an exploratory case study approach. We had 6 qualitative, semi-structured interviews with key stakeholders of X-Road's historical and current development. And then we deployed a thematic analysis using concept-driven coding based on the EIF for research question 1. And then we deployed a data-driven coding analysis for research question 2. And in the end, what we did is triangulated these kind of 3 points of data. We have the transcripts, we also have external articles, and then we also have the thematic analysis itself. Yeah, and maybe I'll just briefly go over the interviewee table list. So we had 6 actors, both from the private and public sector. So we had the former CIO of Estonia. He was really instrumental, actually, in bringing X-Road to fruition. Then we had basically 4 private sector actors. So X-Road's development was a public-private partnership. And basically, we interviewed some project managers from the private sector who were involved in this X-Road development initially. And then we also had the technical advisor for X-Road version 1. And lastly, for research question 2, we interviewed the CTO of Nice. And if we go into the results, so kind of hard to see here, so I'll just break down each component kind of individually. And this was also based on the EIF framework. Maybe if I can, yeah. Oh, that's so much better, thank God, okay. So if we talk about technical interoperability during these 6 interviews that we had, so in the beginning of the Estonian, basically re-independence in the early 90s, there were virtually no resources. And the population registry was actually requiring paid access to data and basically had a little business model going there. So it was identified that, yeah, this isn't a very sustainable practice, and there was really a need for integrating IT systems. So they had different public-private sector consultations in 98 and 99. And then basically an idea was proposed of centralizing integration and really interconnecting these ministries through one middleware. And what came out as a result, so there was a procurement for this type of system, and 2 competing ideas were presented. First was a very highly centralized service bus architecture, which was recognized as like there could be a single point of failure. So a second idea was proposed, and this was a highly decentralized system that ultimately won the procurement. And it won the procurement due to kind of 2 factors. So the first factor was they use a closed DNSSEC system that kind of facilitated interoperability in a secure way through public key cryptography at the time. And they also came up with this principle of data is king. So the initial architects decided to, you know, we don't want to use expensive VPN, expensive network settings, because really there was no money to do so at the time. It wasn't some, you know, brilliant principle. It was really a lack of resources. So they decided to protect data, not channels. And one interviewee was saying that we can use public channels like the public internet, and we say that data is king, and we protect this data by signing our data. And that is where the DNSSEC comes into play. And to talk about more current technical interoperability of X-Road. So, like I was saying, Nice took over as a governing authority in 2018. And currently, X-Road uses an ecosystem of third-party trust services. So we have timestamping, you have national certificate authorities and private sector ones, and we also have OCSP. And then there's a central registry of X-Road members and security servers that are configured to both national, regional, and I should say local information systems. And then architecturally, X-Road supports both SOAP and REST for exchanging synchronous requests of really all kinds of data. So that's a primarily kind of technical interoperability, uses SOAP and REST APIs, and then really all data types are supported. And another crucial point is that the entities in X-Road all have service level agreements between them. So that's a really crucial component in terms of legal interoperability, where there's responsibility between both organizations that are exchanging data. And then if we go into more the semantics and organization. So in the beginning of the 2000s, X-Road used RISO, which is the Estonian Information System Department's common repository for standardization. But nowadays, Nice provides this repository via GitHub It's all actually MIT open source license. And it has really established procedures for security, server installation, and organizational onboarding. And talking about these legal contracts, so one interview was saying that these service level agreements are maybe a fifth of the whole organizational complexity. And another critical component is this organizational identity management. So maybe I won't read this whole thing, but basically it's X-Road needs to ensure that an identity of an organization is who they say they are. And this also goes into information systems as well. So you're really managing this identity kind of organization from the center. And if you really aren't fulfilling this position of verifying these organizations who are in the system, then your whole X-Road really won't work. And you'll just get really another technical solution that means nothing because there is no organizational responsibility. And then just to talk about legal interoperability too. So the first X-Road version was developed alongside the Estonian Data Protection Authority. In the early 2000s in Estonia, e-signatures were actually equivalent to handwritten ones. So combining that with this EID framework that made EIDs obligatory for all Estonian citizens, this was really crucial to the logging and signing of data exchanges in the X-Road ecosystem by both private and public sector actors. And then you also have the Estonian Database Act. This was incorporated in the Estonian Public Information Act, but this was crucial because it enshrined X-Road as the main infrastructure of data exchange in the public sector. And then if we talk a little bit more about this next generation architecture. So the CTO of NIS describes X-Road really as a modular monolith, but it has security servers that consist of different modules, but they run as independent processes. And on top of that, X-Road is also synchronous-based, and the security servers mostly communicate through this Akka-based TCP protocol, where if we're talking about microservice integration, which I mentioned in the beginning, this is going to require usually HTTPS for interfacing. So in terms of the X-Road architecture for handling these next-gen e-services, there's no roadmap for microservice integration because really the cost benefits don't work out for NIS as an organization. But that's not to say this couldn't happen in the future because there's also a recognition that microservices could help X-Road scale by really scaling the containers responsible for digitally signing. So this would really help them scale out instead of kind of this resource-intensive scaling up. And then if we just talk really quickly about the discussion. So historically, X-Road was a decentralized approach to interoperability. It used the public internet and encrypted data payloads. And really crucial was this e-signature for auditing and having integrity of the whole X-Road ecosystem at the beginning. And then the early 2000 legal acts were really in lockstep with X-Road implementation. So that really enabled this legal interoperability between all the organizations inside the ecosystem. And then a really crucial point that the CTO made was that there's a division between kind of X-Road's internal architecture and messaging protocols and the architecture used by service producers and consumers in the system. So this means that X-Road producers and consumers can actually implement microservices themselves as long as they still comply with X-Road's messaging protocols. But what X-Road's organizational body NIS will not do is really force these ecosystem actors to integrate with microservices just because the Estonian government has this vision of next generation e-services. So really this paper is setting the foundation for some future work. So one of the things we want to do is have a technical analysis of X-Road and other interoperability platforms in the EU. So EU e-delivery would be one. There's a Gaia X initiative, and there are a few other data exchange platforms that would really be nice for a comparative analysis. And then another thing we want to do as a research group, so we've been talking a lot with NICE and trying to develop a cross-border virtual assistant e-service between Estonia and Finland because there is a very close cross-border relationship. And in order to do this, we would use X-Road as kind of the data exchange backbone. And it would be interesting to actually integrate a microservice layer into that architecture for this potential e-service. But first, in order to implement an e-service, you need to figure out what's actually needed. And that would require some type of survey to cross-border e-service providers in the private and public sector to really establish which services are needed for implementation. Thank you all very much for listening, and yeah, I'm excited for your questions. Ooh, it's hot. Thank you.
I have a question concerning legal
Yes.
Actually, what I've seen as legal interoperability seems to involve legal framework that facilitates
Yes.
or enables organizational and
Mhm.
technical interoperability. Is it something more than that I have understood?
So if I understand the question, I think actually, could you kind of repeat the question? So you're saying there's...
I'm not sure if you can hear me with this audio.
No worries.
What I am seeing there is e-signature, okay, data protection act, etc. This holds a legal framework
Mm-hmm.
that may enable, burden,
Yes. Hinder, yeah.
technical, organizational interoperability. Is it something specific in the legal interoperability? Why do you call it interoperability?
Yeah, so I guess I call it that because the European interoperable framework specifically designates that, but I think specifically in this Estonian context, when we're talking about what is an e-signature, it's just in this use case, Estonia was implementing e-signatures as equivalent to handwritten ones in 2000. Quite way before we're even talking about what the hell is a digital signature to begin with. I mean, I'm from the US. People still don't understand, like, what is actually this? Yeah, nowhere. So I think for this paper, that was trying to reflect that more, is actually the only reason X-Road was able to be interoperable in this early 2000s period was this specific legislation. And without that data and logging as number one, obligatory, and number two, has this legal authenticity, then this whole system wouldn't actually have worked. So yeah, I think I was just trying to reflect that in the paper, but in the end, yeah, nothing very special actually, but more special to this use case, I would say.
On a community level, it makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, it's legal development between member states and they have to transport
Right.
the same legal terms.
Cool. I hope that answered that. Thank you. Good catch.
So thank you for your presentation. Super interesting. I was a little bit curious about the data that actually transferred. Is it going to be live data, or how does it work with the, for example, all the same, we have to use the same terms, but use it differently from agency to agency, and that gives some problems when you want to run the data together and do
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. So a little curious about the data you're using, and also now that you want to collaborate more with Finland.
Yes. So I should also mention that, and I hope this answers your question. So just to give a little more context, so when I was looking into this paper, actually the cross-border data exchange between Estonia and Finland is at a very low level. They do say that, hey, there is an actual exchange going, and that's true, but basically in the total, I think, query amount, it was like 0.5% of total authentications were between Finland and Estonia. So right now, only the population registry of Finland and Estonia are connected, and the business registries are connected. But the reality is that they're not even exchanging that much data, and we're not even seeing really any value coming out of that. So for our future, kind of going into future work here, so this was the initial goal probably like 4 months ago, 5 months ago. But now that we understand kind of this is actually at a low level and the ability to create the service will be more difficult, we're trying to build a consortium. Actually, Denmark would be included in this consortium. So what we're planning on doing is Estonia, Finland, Denmark, and I believe possibly Norway, we will all actually try and figure out some type of framework to exchange cross-border data for a specific e-service that's actually related to Marilyn's topic of the silver economy. Now, what that data will be, I'm not sure yet, actually, because it is very complicated, and even talking about Estonia and Finland, that's marketed as, hey, this is a cross-border use case. There's so much data being exchanged. Not the case, actually. So I think this is going to be quite difficult to pull off. However, if we do get these stakeholders on board, I think we can kind of pool our resources to figure that out. And maybe you might be interested in whatever agency you work for too. But yeah, the plan is to apply for this OSIRIS project that would actually try and make this cross-border e-service happen. But is it going to be a virtual assistant one? That's another question too, because that's very difficult to achieve, and I don't think the maturity is there yet in the space. But yeah, maybe you have more.
Yeah, well, it's just, we think that we really want to share data just
Among each other, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's just causing some problems also because when they first put up the requirements 10 years ago, and now they're actually doing it, it's so much more costly, and the data has grown. So
Yes.
it's just transferring it and having it to have it somewhat near lifetime. Like, it's almost impossible, but you need it because if citizens go in and they already registered in one place, then they want to be able to register in the next place, and this causes so many problems. So that's why I wanted to know if you were starting to dig around this as well, or...
No, haven't dug into it very deeply, but I think the reason they're able to exchange so much data is, I think, because it has this kind of 20 years of use case ability already, and they're pretty much have everything figured out, and there's no like organizations need to catch up or something. So everyone's been onboarded since basically the early 2000s in the Estonian ministries. But that also kind of goes to your presentation of technical debt. And actually, I wanted to ask a question, but I didn't have time, about legacy technology and technical debt, because what you're seeing is now X-Road's a 20-year system that's been working very well, but now there's kind of not openly said, but there's understanding like this is now a 20-year system, and we have this legacy code that's like 50,000 lines of code basically. And with the government trying to plan for these, I will say, very innovative e-service ideas of virtual assistants, using Siri to order your passport, or having Siri notify you that she's already made your passport renewed. X-Road isn't really able to handle that yet because it's been a 20-year legacy system, basically. So the question is how to make this legacy code turn into a code that can facilitate these new e-services, and that's what they're exploring right now. But I do feel like it's going to be very challenging in the end. And then where do you go from there if this technical debt, this legacy system is completely tied to all Estonian ministries? So transitioning to something different is like almost out of the question at this point, because it's such a reliant system everyone uses. So, yeah, and maybe I didn't answer your question really, but.
I understand. Yeah. So we have this expectations that the IT systems lives forever. And when I presented my paper or some of my research to an agency, public agency, they were talking about when they make their contracts that they put an expiration date on the system, so you don't fall into the trap of expecting the system to live forever, because new technologies do emerge, and for Expo, the question would be how much, like, what technologies are they building on, and what technologies is it required to do this, and is now the right time to
transition, yeah. Even
though it takes time to implement it, but yeah, so it's
that sounds like an interesting paper potentially. So let's see, and maybe it would actually be useful for this Estonian context. But anyway, thank you for the question and presentation too.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. Very relevant. My first question is about the governance model. They need change. It's managed by a public authority.
Yes.
Non-profit association.
Yes.
How did it affect the performance of X-Road before and now? And the second question is about how the legal agreements are done in practice. Just case by case?
Yeah. So I will say for the second one, it is case by case. And it gets actually very complicated because you will have like hundreds, if not thousands probably, but hundreds of different legal agreements, especially in the Estonian public sector where they really emphasize data responsibility. So if something goes wrong in this data exchange or someone falsifies information, which is quite hard to do based on the public key infrastructure that's there, but there will be consequences for somebody. So the legal agreements are, like the gentleman said, I think like a fifth of the whole kind of ecosystem. And if you're talking about, because also Finland and Iceland are a part of this X-Road ecosystem as well, and there's actually other countries that have their own instances. So we're talking like thousands of organizations, and each organization has a legal agreement between one another. So that could also be some future work to do, is analyzing how these legal agreements are actually set up. Yeah. Yes, yes. So there's no like standardized template. It's based on kind of whatever the use case is, from my understanding. Yeah, and then the first question was, about the governing authority, which is a very good question. So yeah, the Estonian government was the X-Road operator up until 2018, and then NIS was established. But NIS is co-funded by the Ministry of Finance of Finland and the Ministry of Finance of Estonia. And now Iceland just signed an official agreement to actually be a part of the NIS governing authority. And the thing about X-Road is that the governing body is very top level and very like, they will not dictate to a local instance of X-Road how to run things, but you must make sure that you are at least complying with X-Road's onboarding practices, security server installation, and the messaging protocol. Beyond those three things, and it's up to the local, they call it X-Road operator. So Finland has its own X-Road operator, which I believe might be like the Ministry of Technology there. But in Estonia, the X-Road operator is the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communication. And I also think the Estonian Information Systems Authority. So in terms of the efficiency and whether like switching to NIS as the governing authority led to poor results, it did not, because there's actually no intervention from NIS into these local instances of X-Road. So the performance didn't suffer. But I think what it did is make things a little more politically interesting, because now you have a purely Estonian idea and concept that has been transferred over to basically a joint nonprofit governing institution. And now with Iceland being involved, there's interesting opportunity there to exchange data between all three countries, whether it's just population registry data or business registry data. But it also makes things a bit more complicated, and Finland and Estonia and Iceland all have very good political relations with one another. But if you talk to Estonians, and maybe you would say differently, but trust is still a really big issue, even between Finland and Estonia, who are very close and are in the same language family, etc. I think Iceland was the first nation to recognize Estonian independence in the 90s. So there are good relations there, but trust is still a really powerful thing. And I think you see, because there's such low data exchange between the population registries of Finland and Estonia in this X-Road ecosystem, that actually trust is not as high as they would like you to think it would be. And I think that's not just Estonia and Finland. I think that could apply to all of the EU, and especially being from the US, EU and US. I mean, completely different, opposite ideas of what's privacy, what is data protection. Yeah, not to ramble on more, but like the Secretary of Commerce of the US was just in Estonia talking about transatlantic data exchange, making these frameworks and standards. But the core issue is that the EU and the US have drastically divergent outlooks on what does data privacy even mean. And that's really hurting trust and how to create these types of frameworks and standards to begin with. So yeah, I guess the short answer is no, it did not affect performance, because NIS doesn't intervene in local instances of X-Road deployment. Cool. So. Thank you all, though, for the questions. Very good.
Thank you so much. We can have some last. I need to inform everyone that we changed the order of the presentations, because we are not going to have the last presentation gazing adoringly at the data. So these authors are not coming, so we are going now. And since they are not coming, we by default have the pre-recorded presentations at the end. Hence, the third presentation is now going to be on screen. The title is Public Sector Innovation Through Design Thinking, Applying a Participatory Policy Design Practice to Support the Formulation of a National Digital Transformation Strategy. And it is co-authored by Anastasia, Stefanos, Nikolaos, and Anastasia again. I do not risk to say the last names again. Okay, let's hear. And then we can, no questions, or the authors are not online. They are probably listening to the session. But there are no questions. Yes? Sorry. You can answer? Okay, so we have someone here that can give us some answers and participate in the discussion. Okay.
paper presents the key elements and tools of a policy design practice that has been implemented by the Greek government for the development of the national digital strategy. In addition, it presents the produced outputs of this activity along with the key findings that derive from the feedback provided by the participants, but also the organizers of this activity. The key contribution of this paper is that it introduces a policy design practice that may be of use by government reformers who are driving the formulation of public policies in central or local governments. Let's discuss a little bit about the background of this work. And in 2020, the Hellenic Ministry of Digital Governance launched a new national digital strategy, the so-called Digital Transformation Book. The main role of this work was to describe the vision, the scope and the goals of the national strategy for the digital transformation of Greece. This text, however, goes much deeper and describes the guiding principles, the model of governance and implementation, the strategic pillars of digital transformation. Additionally, the Digital Transformation Book includes a pipeline of IT investment projects for the entire public administration, such as the creation of a unified platform for electronic services, introducing digital identity cards for the citizens, developing the infrastructure on 5G networks, increasing ultra-fast broadband coverage, etc. Furthermore, it identifies specific necessary horizontal projects, while sectoral interventions are described for each policy domain of the government. So this catalogue includes more than 400 specific projects, classified into short-term and medium-term projects, but also horizontal and sectoral ones, which implement the strategy for digital Greece. The development of the strategy started in September 2019 through a structured collaborative process with stakeholders from the public and the private sector, as well as with the academic community, the civil society, and all this activity was based on existing experiences of the Greek government in co-creation practices. So our paper presents and analyzes the participatory approach that has been applied to define priorities and the key vertical interventions that drove the policy formulation of the new digital strategy. Policy design is regarded as a new area of design. It is already recognized that when policymakers address policy formulation tasks as designers, then better policies with better outcomes are expected. However, there are many challenges to embedding design thinking in public sector organizations, and a key aspect in the design of public policies is the creation of public value as a means to enable a connection between policy design and public management. Addressing public value creation as a public policy goal is considered an approach to fill the gap between original policy intentions and eventually the delivery of effective public services. The introduction of the aspect of public value in public policy design supports the process to engage with the stakeholders and build on their expertise. A widely adopted methodology for value proposition is the value proposition design framework, which focuses on applying specific tools for value propositions that end users want. A key tool within the framework is the value proposition canvas, which is used to design and validate value proposition in order to identify the needs of end users. The tool can be considered as a plug-in tool to the business model canvas, which is mainly a visual tool for exploration and discussion on potential improvements, interventions, or innovations to the underlying business model, keeping users well aware of the context and focusing on value-creating means. Although value proposition design is mainly applied in the fields of business development, this paper aims to present the practical implementation of this framework in the design of public policies. The National Infrastructures for Research and Technology, GRNet, operates under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Digital Government, and it acts as an advisor to the Ministry in the development and implementation of the National Digital Strategy. So GRNet, together with the European Commission's ISA Square program, but also the National Center for Public Administration and Local Government in Greece, organized in December 2019 the policy design activity for the development of the new digital strategy, with 118 participants and many more participants attending the event online. So during the first version of this session of this activity, the event started with keynote presentations on design thinking, with focus on highlighting the value of design thinking and the use of value proposition design tools for the formulation of the national digital policy. In the second sessions, there was a co-creation session to practice design thinking in relation to the key challenges that were recognized during the initial steps of the formulation of the strategy, and the organizers selected the participants following an open online core, which was based on 2 rounds of assessment, targeting at ensuring a representational and multidisciplinary synthesis thematically. So initially, participants of each group reflected as a team on what citizens and businesses currently experience when receiving services from the public service, and what they would expect from a modern digital state. So following this discussion, participants collaborated through a structured and participatory activity, which was based on the value proposition canvas work, in order to identify the future challenges that the government should address for the digital transformation within the selected policy areas. Participants also envisioned the needs of citizens or entrepreneurs when experiencing a digital public service, and highlighted opportunities but also potential policy priorities in relation to delivering digital public services. The participatory process involved the creation of the value map, the assessment of ideas of fit, and the exploration of contextual issues that can make value propositions succeed or fail. To support these activities, the organizers used the value proposition canvas tool to make the process and outcomes of public value creation more visible and tangible. The policy design process covered all 11 policy domains and involved 2 main elements: a user profile to understand the end user of the delivered policy, and a value map aiming to create value for the end user. The user profile identification included the gains and the pains. The use of the value proposition canvas focused on enabling effective collaboration among all stakeholders towards achieving a fit between the 2 sides of the model, thus ensuring maximum public value of the proposed policies and public services for the end users. The facilitator of each one of the 11 groups drove the activity based on 7 steps and used the questions that follow. So for citizen input, the jobs to be done, the pains and the gains. For service output, the pain relievers, gain creators, the public services. So what are the public services that we can offer to citizens so they can get their jobs done. And then the last step was the assessment. So the facilitator would ask from the participants to vote with the use of different stickers on board. So each group would identify the predominant idea. For the completion of the activity, 71 participants, which is 60% of the total participation, answered the structured questionnaire with the use of an online form. The questionnaire aimed at collecting feedback on the quality and value of the activity and on suggestions for improving the procedure in order to identify the key policy recommendations that derive from the discussions. The authors also received and studied the material that has been produced by the 11 rapporteurs, the rapporteurs of its discussion in the parallel sessions. Furthermore, the authors interviewed the key organizers in order to gather information on the effectiveness of the activity and the next steps. And that these discussions with the organizers focused on gathering insights on the initial objectives, the perceived value of the results, the applicability of the selected framework to policy design, but also for the next actions within the policy development process. So let's see some of the key findings that we got from this work. So the paper proposes a policy design practice that could be used by government reformers who drive the formulation of digital policies, and this approach introduces a design thinking approach in public policy formulation, as well as in setting key priorities for the development of a digital transformation strategy. The paper delineates the main procedures of the studied policy design activity, and defines some key characteristics of the participatory policy design practice. Based on this examination, the paper proposed a generalized participatory practice which is based on public value proposition and may be used for the formulation of public policies in key policy sectors. The key outputs of the studied policy design activity include the identification of policy priorities that may be considered common to all policy domains of the digital transformation. The discussions that were held in the 11 thematic groups also included important policy recommendations that cover the various specific policy domains of the digital agenda. Regarding the use of the adapted value proposition design framework, the participants and organizers recognized that the co-creation approach assisted the effective in the identification of key policy priorities for the digital strategy. Additionally, they provided positive feedback on the use of the value proposition canvas within the collaborative policy design activity. The participants also pointed out that the overall activity had an innovative, inclusive and participatory character, thus creating the preconditions for effective and productive collaboration between the public officials and external stakeholders. So thank you very much for your attention, and of course you may contact us for more information. We would be very happy to discuss with you more on this work, on our findings, but also on the next steps that we are planning to take in this domain. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The author is not here, but we have Nikos, right? I wasn't sure. Nikolaus, Nikos. Okay, wonderful. In case we have comments or questions, I think Nico will be happy to share some thoughts with us. In case anyone would like to jump in. No?
Process. Methodology to establish people who participate in the process. If I collaborate. So we
said I can involve three domain experts of etc. At least one citizen representation. And also depending on the regulation facilitation. In terms of participation, the selection.
In the public service, they all try to be experts in the field.
No, so we can say the domain expert. So someone would be from the Poseidon if we are talking about marketing practice. But also the officers that are, for instance, at the desk, where the ones that have the interaction with the citizen. So in that case, we'll get also the one that runs on daily basis and procedure, and the ones that are responsible for the design and of policy.
Because curiosity, the idea of implementing such a risky and innovative activity came from who? From top level management? How was this process to start thinking about this? The process of design thinking of starting such a thing. So
actually, we were lucky enough to participate in some of the
yes, we have troubles in listening to me.
So some of the authors were like enough to participate in the writing of the digital strategy. So we were based on our previous also activities and academic background, startups and everything. So we knew to say the benefit from another domain of like this participatory sessions. And we had the chance to apply there to convince the minister how we can do some exercise.
okay. Any more questions for the discussion?
I don't know if it's a question or a comment. One of the goals with participatory policy information is that must be aware that process can be captured very active. More of this, more powerful stakeholder. You can imagine that a very structured process might be presented and help prevent this process. You agree with this design thinking because you have a framework. You say you have steps, and that can possibly prevent those influences or minimize those influences. Is that the case in your experience?
Actually, that was also one of the criteria for the selection of this training. But it's, I think, more or less about also the goal of that process. So, on the one hand, we want to get see another input on the process we were running on the digital consumer strategy preparation. But but we get also already a base on which we want to actually to give an feedback and another perspective so that we can take into consideration both involving the one from that one of this discussion. But at the same time, we wanted to reflect another advantage of only with the formulation of the strategy per se, but on the creation of systems, a network of people that are highly interested in the matter, and these are the people that we want to tap into that network at the next step, so that we can in practice implement that strategy. So it was also a process that helped us in the next step, not only in the formulation, showing that in this perspective, risk that is indeed very, 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 highly significant. We could eliminate it in that way, so it was in more safe formulated.
Thank you. And that's very important because quality administration usually does not have the knowledge to manage different processes. So we have tools we can help them to increase challenge. So we are in the process of design and planning that this assessment number 2, say, after follow-up. So there we will try also to apply more academic and better guidance, so that we can also do that in more professional way. But at that stage, it was critical for us to do the step 1, so that we can get some value from the beginning, and in that way also convince the other stakeholders that we can run that way. So for now we are running some participatory sessions within a smaller project. So it depends on the stage and on the scope. But we're, as I said, we are planning this session number 2 for the updating of the strategy. And hopefully we position the domain specific work there, because that was the initial plan that COVID ruined all our plans at the time. And so now we can proceed with the particular challenges that each domain
I must say that you should have a very active group working there, because Nicholas had a workshop yesterday, and we got this impression that they are very active and very conscious about how to move forward. Congratulations.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment because I have a team directing design thinking projects for the European Commission, very similar to your context, but for European projects. And we would like I can propose opening, so I will contact you. Yeah, but the challenge of, and I think your question is very relevant because there is a challenge, and now we are using a data triangulation because there is a request from the civil society to have more participation, to get the law closer to the citizens. But there is a huge challenge for the policymakers to how to use this input. So how to make an input feasible to be used in the policy making and bring this to the policy text, let's say. So now what we are doing at the European Commission is to use as a data triangulation method. So it's one of the inputs. Of course, we have like the lawmaking life cycle that is with the public consultations, that you have a very strict process, but together with that, in the impact assessments, we are using design thinking techniques also to collect intelligence from from the citizens as well, or for business, from associations and so on. And another thing that we are using design thinking a lot is for the review of portals. So usually these information portals that you have in our governments, and especially in the European Commission, that usually includes several countries' information. So this was done for many years from the developers, from the development team,
designing technique, methodology. But they said, no, but we don't want to involve all these people. We cannot ensure that we will take their input. So there is a cultural movement to be done. I don't know if you have the similar challenges in the public administration. What do you do with your input?
Especially that everyone wants to say that there are particular situations and where we listen to even the ideas, but no one wants to take that into consideration when implementing something. We keep fighting on that perspective, different perspectives and citizen-centric approaches. So yes, you can understand that the challenges in the whole process, not in the sessions itself, but in practical terms. And we are also true that there are lots of different portals that are around the department administration where we have established some feedback tools, even very light ones, like I will have you what we have seen, etc. But still there is no practical work on that input. So getting